Alright, it's finally time to update my Civ 6 leader tier list for version 6.0 of the Better Balanced Game mod. First thing to keep in mind is that this tier list specifically pertains to 10-player multiplayer free-for-all games played with BBG. Some civs perform much better or worse in other contexts, such as 4v4 teamers games and 1v1 duels. With those disclaimers out of the way, let us begin. Alright, so the first leader we have up here is going to be Catherine Black Queen. Now, I don't know why, but this tier list is seemingly in random order. This is not alphabetical. I have no idea how this was sorted. This is just how the leaders were presented to me when I opened the tier list. Catherine Black Queen, I can show you what she does in game here. In my mind, she's not really a civ that's well suited to a free-for-all format. She tends to do a lot better in teamers, like 4v4, and part of this is because, one, France's free spies are extremely good at griefing other civs, just setting them back. Like if the enemy has somebody in the back line that you otherwise wouldn't be able to touch, you can mess up their game pretty heavily just by messing with them with spies. Additionally, she's a pretty decent early game war civ. Just because that one level of diplomatic visibility means that she has +3 combat strength against like all the other civs. Then she gets a free spy. So there's a timing where she is a spy and nobody else has spies. And during that timing, if she's running the Diploviz mission with that spy in your land, and she already has this one level from here, she essentially has +6 combat strength on all units. So Catherine Black Queen can actually be a pretty big menace in like the medieval era with these like courser pushes, as well as being pretty potent with the Imperial Guard push later. One thing that makes the Imperial Guard push particularly potent is all of her spies start with a free promotion. You can farm a spy to a second promotion so that it gives 2 levels of diplomatic visibility instead of 1, in which case you'll still have +6 on your opponent, even when they have a spy on you. Because you have the 1 free level of Diploviz, and you're going to have a level 2 spy, while they only have a level 1. The problem with this is that none of this is particularly great in a free-for-all context. The simming bonuses of France are quite poor. This is basically just a pure war civ. Like, these bonuses are not really helping you keep up in terms of science, culture, gold, and production. Uh, Not a civ I tend to like playing very much in a free-for-all context. I'm going to dump this and see. Could be worse. These are very generically useful war bonuses. It's just early game war, like medieval era, tends not to be the best for snowballing and free-for-all games. So it's just not the best format for her. Next one up, we have Basil. I can show you what he does. Basil leads Byzantium. He has heavy cavalry and light cavalry do full damage against cities following the same religion as Byzantium, and because he is Byzantium, every time he kills a unit, he spreads his religion. Now, one thing to note is that in BBG, Crusades is nerfed from +10 combat strength to just +5. So you still use Crusades, like you're spreading Crusades to the city by killing units, but it's not giving you as much power as it does in the unmodded game. Another thing to note, BBG nerfs the combat strength from having holy cities converted from +3 to +2. Now, this does include Byzantium's holy city, so they basically get +2 combat strength as soon as they found a religion for basically the rest of the game, unless you manage to convert their holy city, I guess, but at that point you've already won the war. One of the things that makes Byzantium really annoying in free-for-all games is you'll have players where like they're picking Byzantium and they intimidate their neighbors like, hey, I'm going to go war somebody later. If you found a religion for me and let me convert you, I won't go after you. Right? Or like they'll have a trade ally or something that they're sending a ton of trade routes to, and they'll be like, hey, could you found a religion for me? And they'll say sure. And then they're basically letting Byzantium convert them. And so you'll have games where Byzantium, without any war, without any pushback, is already at +6 combat strength on all units. And if you get to that point, like, it's absolutely insane. That is a crazy strong combat bonus. Other civs have like a ton of conditions linked to their bonus. Like if you look at Aztec, it's like only when attacking, so they don't get the combat strength on defense. Littoral +5, but only against civs in golden ages. The fact that you can get +6 on offense and defense unconditionally in all combat just for having like 2 other civs holy cities converted, and they'll like let you do it, can honestly be pretty insane. Not to mention, you do full damage against walls with cavalry units once you convert them to your religion, and you spread crusades for free. The problem with Basil is these are basically 0 simming bonuses at all. These are all war bonuses. Every single one of these is war bonuses. And the problem is, in a free-for-all game, if you go with like Tagmas, the medieval era unit, it's just a little bit too early. It's not particularly efficient. You'll end up falling behind in the long run, just because there's not enough stuff to pillage yet. And it's just like there's a lot of great people and wonders being competed for around this stage of the game. You're pretty much guaranteed to miss all of them if you're just spending all of your production on military units. So generally, Basil's Tagma timing isn't great. And you can just go later. You can just ignore this and go in like the Industrial Era, which is a much better timing for warfare and free-for-all games. But then you run into the problem of how do you keep up with everybody else into the Industrial Era with literally no simming bonuses? Like, it's all war bonuses. This is the sort of civ that tends to play for like second place generally, right? You fall like too many techs behind to compete with the leaders. They just get a bunch of planes up and then you just can't do anything to them. But there's like everybody else who's not in the lead in the lobby, you can just sort of prey on them with your massive combat bonuses. Yeah, generally I'm just not a big fan of this sort of playstyle. I can put it B out of respect for the incredible war bonuses. But it's so hard to get first place on the Civ unless you already have like a God spawn. Like he has the war bonuses to easily close out a game if he has a lead. But getting a lead with literally no simming bonuses is just very challenging. Alright, next up we have Chandragupta. Let me see if I can pull that up. Here we go. Chandra has been reworked quite heavily by BBG if you've never seen him. Here he has +1 combat strength for each building in the Holy Site District for all newly trained military units in the city, and then you get +1 movement for units trained in cities with shrines, and +1 sight for units trained in cities with temples. And so you can get 3 buildings in a Holy Site District quite easily because you unlock worship buildings just by evangelizing your religion. So that's just +3 combat strength, +1 movement, and +1 sight in all units trained in cities with those worship buildings, which is very significant. That is a lot of combat bonuses. And on top of this, once the required civics are unlocked, you can train corps and armies directly in any city with a worship building. And the cost of doing so is discounted by 25%. So the important thing to note here is that this discount stacks with the 25% discount from having a military academy in a city. So if you have a military academy and a worship building, you can train corps and armies at a 50% discount. And this applies not only to training them with production, but it also applies to buying them with faith through the ability of Grandmaster's Chapel or buying them with gold. So you get your armies like way cheaper. Bear in mind, most civs are producing their armies with military academies in the late game, so they're paying 75% of the cost, whereas you're only paying 50%. So this is essentially a 33% increase in the efficiency of your production. It's like absolutely gigantic on top of the +3 combat strength, +1 movement, and +1 sight. One of the most threatening late game war civs in the game. And unlike Basil, this civ actually has sim bonuses that allow it to keep up much more effectively. So cities gaining an amenity for every religion with at least one follower is actually quite significant. It's just plus one amenity in every city just for having your own religion in it. But then if you spawn next to another civ that has their own religion and you just like form a trade alliance and just trade between each other, passively you're going to get one follower from all of their religions, from their religion in all of your cities. So you're essentially getting plus two amenities in every city, basically for free in that case. And then you receive the follower belief from any religion that has at least one follower in your cities. So this is something crazy that can happen. If you spawn next to like Russia and they take Feed the World or something, you can then take like choral music or some other belief that buffs the yields on your shrines and temples. And then your shrines and temples will gain both the bonuses from your own religion, so they'll be giving culture from like choral music, and the bonuses from Russia's religion, since they have at least one follower in your city. So they'll gain Feed the World bonuses as well. If you can get like a dream scenario like this, you can have an incredible sim where you just like can easily take the lead in the lobby. And then because you have these war bonuses, it's really easy to close out a game and secure first place from that position. The only problem with that is very often you'll pick this and not have a religious neighbor. Like, this is a civ that you want to pick the more religious civs are in the game. This is true of both Indias, by the way, because this bonus applies to both of them. Whereas with mini civs, you try to avoid competition. Like, you want to pick them, you want to pick something that other people aren't picking. India is the opposite. The more religious civs there are, the better it is to pick them. The Varu is one of the best unique units in the game. The only problem is it comes in the classical era, and classical era wars and free-for-all games are basically trolling. Like, even if you win a classical era war, it's pretty much always slower than just, staying peaceful. So, Varus don't really have a very strong place in free-for-all games, even though they're extremely powerful in other contexts, like duels and teamers, where all that matters is, like, killing a player on the enemy team or something. In a free for all game where you have to be selfish, you're not going to push people with Varus, really. Stepwells are like fine. The plus one, the full point of housing from a tile improvement is actually quite nice, and the yields are okay. But yeah, for Chandragupta, I feel like I can put him easily A. Like he's a high A tier for me. Um, there are just some civs that I think are like even better than this civ is, but he is quite potent at what he does. All right. Now we can look at Egypt Cleopatra. We are looking at the Egyptian Cleopatra. So this one gives bonuses for trade routes with other civilizations. I believe this applies to trade routes to city-states as well. And in BBG, there's a Governor Amani who can be assigned to a city-state, just like in the base game. But in BBG, she gives you plus 2 food and plus 2 production for every trade route sent to that city-state. So you can easily gain a lot of bonus gold just by putting Amani in a city-state and trading to it early. So that's kind of the opener you're going for with here with Cleopatra Egyptian most of the time. Just conventional commercial hub opener, usually use the production towards districts placed along rivers. Because you have a floodplain spawn bias and you ignore damage from floods and gain bonus production on wonders along rivers, you're very often just going Etymononki. If you're used to playing single player, it might. I know it's like a meme that the AI always takes Etymononki. You can never get it in multiplayer. If you're Egypt, you're getting Etymononki, right? You have the production bonus towards it. Other people see that you picked Egypt, and it scares them away from going for the wonder because they think that they'll miss it because they probably will. Egypt tends to get this wonder much faster than other civs. Um, Generally, I would say this is pretty average civ. One of the nice things about it in free for all context is that other civs are incentivized to ally you. So if you have like strong players next to you, that could cause issues for you, they're more likely to want to ally you than want to war you, just because they get the extra food from trading with you. Um, Overall, I would say this is kind of just a B tier civ. Let me get this up. Yeah, it's kind of like B tier. I mean, it's kind of good for just like being generically decent, but it's not like super impressive. A lot of the strength of the Civ is just the tempo from the +6 gold on every trade route sent to a city-state with a Bani in it. That does help a lot. And then later in the game, you're still getting the +6 gold on every trade route you send to other civs. And the bonus production on districts placed along rivers is quite nice, as well as the tempo from Etemenanki is like gigantic. This is another thing in BBG. The Governor Liang gives +1 production on all floodplains in her city with a level 1 promotion. And Lady of the Reeds and Marshes, the Pantheon, has been reworked to also give +1 production on all floodplains. So you stack Liang plus Etemenanki plus Lady of the Reeds and Marshes in your capital, you get like a lot of tempo just by having a gigantic Etemenanki Liang city as Egypt early. And that is part of the reason that I'd say that it's still like a B tier civ. Even though the bonuses might not seem that impressive on paper, like you get like a lot of tempo from the giant Etemenanki city. All right, next up we have Cyrus. Now, Cyrus is actually, I think, one of the civs that is living large on this meta. So, first off, decent war bonus, +3 combat strength when attacking. But outside of that, they have a lot of really, really useful sim bonuses for the current meta. One is that they get extra culture on domestic trade routes. +1 initially, an additional +2 at medieval fairs, which is not that late. That's usually, you're getting that like turn 45 or something. And then an additional +2 at urbanization. So you're getting like +5 culture from trade routes at urbanization, which is quite a lot. One of the nice things about this is that this is a leader that can easily keep up in culture with like no investment at all in theater squares or like competing for books. Because the thing in multiplayer is BBG buffs the yields on great works in terms of culture, and one of the main ways players like to generate their culture is by competing to get as many books and great works of art as possible. But there's a limited number of them to go around. Once all of the classical era writers are gone, like you have to start competing for the medieval era ones, which are more expensive, and then after those, the Renaissance ones are more expensive than that. And being able to basically ignore that minigame entirely and always have reliably good culture, both because of the domestic trade route bonus and also down here, the unique building, like that's really, really good. Sorry, unique tile improvement, not building. There is a difference. This unique tile improvement is actually pretty decent. For one, it gives +1 culture for each adjacent city center, and then once you get to diplomatic service, it just has +1 culture baseline. So this gives you, if it's adjacent to one city center and a campus, once you get to diplomatic service, that's already 4 culture on that tile, which is quite a lot. Additionally, the +1 housing is like quite good. Do not sleep on the fact that this gives a full point of housing. That can be very helpful in a lot of scenarios. This is a pretty good unique tile improvement. It also helps that you unlock it so early because it gives you the era score you need to hit your first golden age. The Civ is very reliable in that respect. You also get +1 trade route capacity of political philosophy, which is absolutely huge. There's a lot of things you can do with the extra tempo from the trade route capacity. The Civ tends to run a conventional commercial hub opener, and because you get the trade out capacity, you don't actually need to build out your markets as early. Like, I pretty much always play the Civ for a fast 5-city opener. Like maybe I'll throw down 3 commercial hubs and then immediately go into 2 more settlers just to get to 5 cities quickly. The extra culture from the domestic trade route and just building one of your unique tile improvements makes it pretty easy to get to political philosophy very quickly. I've had games where I get to political philosophy on like turn 25 on the Civ. Overall, one of the best Civs in the meta. Generally, it's just so, I cannot stress enough how much 1 free trade route capacity at political philosophy, as well as like extra gold and culture on internal trade routes is. Right? Because you get all of these bonuses for just playing in what's already the most conventionally powerful way, which is just a commercial hub opener with internal trade routes. +3 combat strength when attacking is a very generically useful war bonus. There are better ones out there. Immortals don't really serve much of a purpose in free-for-all games. They just come too early. Overall, I would say Cyrus is like a high A tier civ for me. It's super reliable. Um, One of the nice things about having all this free culture is that you can get to fascism quickly, and getting to fascism gives you like an incredibly powerful war timing that nobody can really survive unless they have fascism themselves or are getting it soon. Um, yeah, definitely big fan of Cyrus right now. All right. Next leader on the list is Dido. Dido is fairly unpopular, but not because she's bad. I think it's just because people find this kind of boring. A lot of her bonuses are very generic. Okay, first off, one of the things that's really good about her is the ability to move the capital to any city with her unique district. This allows you to get enormous value out of the policy card colonial taxes, which is a green policy card that gives you like 15% extra gold in production in cities founded on a continent other than that of the capital city. You can also build the wonder Casa de Contratacion or whatever, which that wonder gives an additional plus 15% gold in production in any city founded on a continent other than your capitals with a governor in it. So basically, you put some city in some faraway continent that none of your other cities are on. You make that your capital, and then you just abuse colonial taxes plus casa to get like 30% gold in production in all of your cities. Very, very, very strong once that kicks in. Additionally, free trade route capacity just for having government plaza buildings. That's quite good. Plus 50% production towards districts in the city with a government plaza. This is not as impactful because usually that's like 2 districts maybe. Like you're building the government plaza usually second in one of your cities, oftentimes your capital. So like at 7 pop you get 50% production towards a district, then at 10 pop you'll get 50% production towards a district. It's not that much, but it is useful. Um the writing Eureka is fake, that doesn't really matter. Loyalty barely matters. Settlers getting extra movement and sight range when embarked does matter, specifically on certain map types like 7 seas. This can be like extremely good. One thing that I haven't mentioned yet for context, most multiplayer games are played on the maps Pangea, Rich Highlands, Lakes, or 7 seas. Now, 7 seas is by far the best map for Dido, but she can honestly do okay on any of them. Um, the unique galley is just if you're rushing somebody in an FFA, you're kind of trolling. Um, Very, very strong unit, don't get me wrong. It's just like pushing somebody with galleys in a free for all game is basically a one-stop ticket to being a row. But in like teamers or a duel, like you can totally ruin somebody's game with these pretty easily. So in those contexts, this unique unit can be pretty good. And one thing that I have not mentioned yet is the unique harbor. Now, this is probably the best thing about Dido, and she has a lot going for her already, so this is pretty good. Half cost. It's just costs half as much as a regular harbor. And as crazy as that sounds, that is a gigantic bonus. Makes it very easy to get district discounting going for your other districts. It means that you finish these very, very quickly, so you get a lot of value out of the Pen, Brush, and Voice Golden Age dedication, which in BBG gives +2 culture for every specialty district you have finished. Bonus production towards naval units and settlers for free is quite nice. But yeah, just the harbor's costing half as much as a regular harbor. It's like so good. Overall, despite Dido's unpopularity, I am going to give her A tier. Just decent early tempo because you get that extra trade route capacity when you finish a Gov Plaza building, and you have the half cost harbors, and then you have the bonus production towards settlers in cities with those harbors. And then on top of that, you get like this huge late game power spike if you're able to assemble all of the pieces for this colonial taxes plus Casa de Contratacion build, where you just get like massive yields. You won't always be able to get that. That's part of the reason that I feel like the Civ is not like even higher, is that sometimes you will get screwed and you just don't have the continent split where you can easily settle another continent to change where your capital is located. Right? You do need somewhere relatively close by that you can settle that counts as another continent in order to move your capital there and get the colonial taxes abuse going. All right. Next up we have Eleanor England. Uh so Eleanor England is the better Eleanor, which is funny because most people intuitively you expect the French Eleanor to be better, and that's because Eleanor has a ton of bonuses that are all geared towards like culture victory. And that synergizes clearly more with the France kit, which is like bonus production towards wonders, bonus tourism from wonders, chateaus and whatnot. Like all of that seems like it'd be more in line with Eleanor, but the problem is that England's bonuses are just better than France's. England just has like a way better generic set of bonuses, and so Eleanor England is the better Eleanor, because she's belongs to the better Civ. All right, plus 100% production of theater square buildings, very generically good. This leader has been buffed so much by BBG. I know against like AI, it's like super easy. Even with like none of these bonuses, you just flip all of their cities to yours using loyalty pressure. That's not really a big thing in multiplayer. The only way that you're flipping cities in multiplayer is generally if like there's a war happening nearby. Like something that can be really annoying is if somebody's like attacking your ally and they just forget that you're Eleanor. And as they're killing the player who's right next to you, suddenly, once they're like halfway done killing this player on your border, all of the cities they've conquered and all of the cities they have yet to conquer suddenly hit a tipping point where all of them start being converted to Eleanor cities. Because they've all had their pop reduced by being conquered and they belong to two different civs. And so suddenly it's like really hard to wage war around Eleanor. Additionally, against Eleanor directly, because the loyalty pressure from this actually becomes a serious problem during warfare, even if it generally doesn't matter much during times of peace. Um, so she gets bonus yields for all writing, artwork, and music. It's quite a lot. I tend to think that this is quite good. One of the things that often gets overlooked, she gets food from neighborhoods. All of these are specialty districts, but the neighborhood is not a specialty district. So you can build, like, all of these take up a district slot, but the neighborhood doesn't. Once you get to neighborhoods, it helps to unlock your city's potential by giving them a lot of housing and food from all of the great works. And then suddenly you can fit all the other specialty districts, right? All of your cities just start skyrocketing to 13 population very quickly once you have a neighborhood down. Then you can fit in all the other districts and get all of these yields. So to be clear on how this works, if you have a full amphitheater and a full art museum, right? You're going to be getting a +1 from each of the writing and then +2 for each of the art. So it's going to be +8 total of all of these yields for each district you have in that city. So if you have a campus, a theater square, and an industrial zone, and you have a full art museum and amphitheater, you're getting +8 science, culture, and production in that city. It's quite significant. Um, it's +4 for music as well, which can be kind of nuts. It's part of the reason getting your hands on the first musician is so good on this Civ. Part of the strategy involves getting your capital once Apadana so that it can hold the great works of music. Then you run projects to get the first great musician at some point in the mid game, and you get your capital to a really high population, so it can fit in the campus, theater square, commercial hub, industrial zone. Well, in England's case, a harbor, right? Not a commercial hub. But yeah, you fit in all those districts, and suddenly, like, you're getting a bajillion yields in that city. Um, Let me talk about the England bonuses a bit because I said they were really good. Royal Navy Dockyard, another half-cost harbor. Half-cost harbors are insane. Just getting your such like an incredible economic district at half the cost of a regular harbor is kind of insane. The other bonuses in the Royal Navy Dockyard don't really matter that often, to be honest. And additionally, England Buildings that provide additional yields when powered receive +4 of that yield. That means factories give +10 production instead of +6. Research labs give +12 science instead of +8 baseline. Like, it's a lot. The labs and the factories are like the two main things where this ends up being like really impactful in the later stages of the game. Um so yeah, you get like huge tempo from the half cost harbors. Then you go some theater squares, you make all the buildings, which you get 100% extra production towards. You run some projects to fill up the buildings with great works. Uh, you can have a very, very good game. I'm going to put this in A tier. Honestly, most of the Englands are going to go in A tier just because of the fact that the half cost harbor is like a really good early game thimming bonus. And then on top of that half cost harbor, you get that +4 in every building that requires power. So like the factories and the research labs, it's actually like really, really good. Okay, the next civ we'll be looking at is Frederick Barbarossa. If I pull up his bonuses here, yep, here you go. He has an extra military policy card slot in any government that can be pretty nice for allowing you to instantly slot in the craftsman policy card for 100% industrial zone adjacency as soon as you unlock it, even before entering a tier 2 government. It's also useful for being able to run the retainers policy card and the craftsman policy card in Merchant Republic. In Monarchy, this can be a bit overkill. The extra military policy card slot is always welcome, but it's not always doing a whole lot. The extra combat strength against city-states is kind of whatever. Like, it matters more in teamers, where, like, you can send 2 warriors, and then your teammate sends, like, another warrior of their own to, put a city-state under siege, and you can kill it. But in FFA, you're kind of waiting until horsemen to kill city-states anyway. It's, like, too much of a gamble to go with warriors, unless you have another civ backing you up. So at most, this is really just like you have to build 2 horsemen instead of 3. Like, this isn't really that big of a bonus. What is a big bonus is the German bonuses. These are kind of insane. So first off, the Hansa is one of the best unique districts in the entire game. Half-cost industrial zone gives way more adjacency than a regular industrial zone. It's actually insane. The +2 from adjacent commercial hubs is just like ludicrous. It's so easy to get these to like +10 or higher in a ton of cities. It's trivial to get every Hansa in your empire to like +7 at least, but you can easily get like +11, +12 in some of your core cities. And to back up this production, you get the extra district slot in every city upon unlocking guilds. So on Germany, you always rush guilds right away. Not only does it give you the extra district slot here, it's also the Civic that unlocks a policy card for +100% industrial zone adjacency, which is obviously good when you have such high adjacency industrial zones. This civ is like a monster when it comes to competing for wonders and great people. You just have way more production everybody else. Very, very good civ. It's also a good civ to trade to as an ally because the extra district slot means they're giving extra yields when trading to them. The trade route yields are based on the districts at the destination. They're also better to conquer as well because they have more districts to pillage, and once you conquer them, the extra district slot, like the extra districts they built don't go away. You just have more districts in their cities, so it's actually quite nice to conquer Germany as well. But yeah, personally, I would give this a solid A tier, pretty high A. Germany, very, very good. Very strong all-rounder, just very high production. I think I underrated it a lot in the previous tier list or whatever. Um, but yeah, very low tempo early, by the way. They get like no bonuses at all until they get to their Hanzas, but man, what a late game powerhouse. A lot of it is just out competing everybody for these great people and the wonders in the Renaissance and medieval era. Like, they can get Forbidden City very easily. They get Patala Palace easily. They get the great scientists from the Renaissance era pretty easily by running projects. They just have more production than they know what to do with. Uh, next on the list is Gandhi. Gandhi here is Very similar to what I said with Chandragupta. You pick this in a lobby with a lot of religious civs because you get an amenity for every religion with at least one follower in your cities. And you get the follower belief from any religion that has at least one follower. So you can get very, very decent sim just from having a lot of religious civs that are spreading like one follower each of their religion to you just through passive pressure from being near you. You get extra movement on settlers and builders. That is quite nice. But only when they're produced in a city with a holy site. It used to be, I think, before the most recent patch, you used to always get the +1 movement on settlers and builders. It is a meaningful nerf that you need the holy site to get the the bonus movement now, but you know it's not that big of a setback. The +5 faith for each civilization they have met that has found a religion and not currently at war. Again, another incentive to pick this civ in a lobby with a lot of religious civs already. Gain an extra belief when founding religion, quite nice. Overall, very generically decent religious civ. One thing I will mention, the opposing civilizations receive 50% extra war wariness for fighting against Gandhi is actually very impactful. When people are warring you. This is like a big deal in teamers and duels. Believe it or not, Gandhi is considered one of the better leaders for 1v1 duels. But that is outside of the scope of the tier list. So, in free for all, I would say that this leader, personally, is like a B tier. It's like fine. You get all of the simming bonuses from you know, having the extra amenities and beliefs from other people. Stepwells are all right. I don't know why you would pick this over Chandragupta in an FFA, to be honest. The simming bonuses are very, very close together. Like Gandhi is only slightly better outside of war, and then Chandra gets like such incredible late game war bonuses to like close it out once you get a lead. But yeah, Gandhi's still an okay civ, to be honest. Just a little overshadowed by the other leader right now. Let's see here. Genghis Khan. Genghis Khan is the perfect example of a civ that is not very well suited to free for all. The problem is that his best timings just kind of don't really work super well in free for all. Not in that you can't kill people with him. You can totally kill people with like Keshigs and like a diplomatic visibility push. But you're not going to be relevant afterwards. Like you're going to miss all of the medieval and Renaissance era wonders and great people, which are so critical for getting ahead. The person you're attacking won't have finished developing their land, so you'll have to make a ton of builders to finish improving all the tiles after you kill them. Just it's so hard to go to war this early. Uh it's very, very good war bonuses for later, but no simming bonuses. This is the problem, right? He has absolutely nothing to help him keep up with other civs. So you have this problem where it's like once the timing window for Keshigs has passed, and in free-for-all games, you kind of should just let it pass. You probably shouldn't be trying to force a Keshig push. It's hard to keep up. You have literally nothing but war bonuses here, so just... And the war bonuses aren't useful if you fall too far behind in science and culture. So, yeah. Personally, I am going to rate this guy pretty harshly. This is D tier civ, to be honest. One of the nice things, at least, is that if you get the modern era Great Merchant, Mary Catherine Goddard, you get +1 level of Diploviz with every civ in the game. On Mongolia, you get double combat strength from Diploviz, so you're getting +6 combat strength against everybody from that Great Merchant. It can be really nice if you get that. The problem is, other people can just deny that Great Merchant from you, and then you're kind of not very happy. Next up is Sumeria. So Sumeria here. Let me see here. Gilgamesh. Buffed quite a bit by BBG. You first off, they have some weird bonuses here, like combat strength from based on your highest level of alliance. For reference, you usually have a level 1 alliance from like turn 50 to turn 80, and then you get a level 2 alliance around turn 80-ish, and then you're never getting to level 3. Uh so one thing that's interesting. You get the shared pillage rewards and combat XP for fights near your units. One thing that's worth noting is that the combat XP is extremely substantial if you can actually abuse it. Like if your ally is warring somebody else and you just park a couple of light cavalry next to their units, those light cavalry can get to like 5-6 promotions shockingly quickly. Because every combat gives 100% of the combat XP to all of Sumeria's units that are within 5 tiles of that. Every combat involving the ally. It's like crazy. And then you get the shared pillage rewards as well. So you just get like free stuff by parking units near your allies' wars. Outside of that, what is it? Farms. This is kind of the defining feature of this dude. Farms get +1 food when adjacent to a river, and an additional +1 prod if adjacent to a ziggurat after early empire. They gave the Civ flood immunity. They can't receive damage from floods, and you have a floodplain spawn bias. So this is another Civ like Egypt that wants Etemonanke and Lady of the Reeds and Marshes. You can get a very, very high tempo spawn by doing that if you get like lucky with a big floodplains setup. Ziggurats honestly aren't even that impressive. They do not give that high yields. +2 science isn't that great early. Even like +2 science, +1 culture on just like floodplain style, it's like fine. Like not actually that crazy good or anything. Housing is nice, I guess, but you're already spamming farms, so you're usually not hurting for housing. The war cart, I think it's been nerfed in BBG. It's only 20 combat strength or something instead of 28, or maybe it's still 28. I can't remember what it is. All I remember is that for some reason, war cart rushes, they don't work in BBG. It's not like a thing anymore. So yeah, I would say this Civ is kind of just B tier. Kind of feels very similar to Egypt to me. If I go over to this tier list, it's whatever. There have been metas where this Civ was like top tier, but it's been nerfed since then. One thing that's worth noting is the BBG gives +1 prod on all farms in cities with water mills, which is part of the reason that the farm spam is so good on the Civ. You just build a water mill in every city and spam farms, and you actually get quite good yields. But yeah, still, even so, it's not that great of Civ, to be honest. Like, even buffing all these farms just makes them slightly better than spamming mines. Alright, next one up is Gitarja, whatever it is. Let me see here. Yeah, the Indonesian leader, Gitarja. Generally just not very well suited to free-for-all games. The problem is that these bonuses aren't that great outside of the Zhong. The unique tile improvement is just okay. It's fine. The bonus adjacencies from coast and lake tiles, minor adjacencies, so it's 0.5 per adjacent coast or lake tile, which isn't a whole lot. It's maybe like +1 for putting a campus next to 2 coast. Yeah, all of these bonuses are really underwhelming, except that Zhongs are like insanely strong. And it's very, very good in teamers where you can push somebody with a Zhong and like just kill people on coast. You pick this on like Pangea or 7 Seas and then just kill everybody on the same sea as you. But in FFA, Naval War is kind of not great. The problem is that you don't get to pillage nearly as much with Naval Wars. There's no guarantee that your target will have most of their cities on coast. So you have to then fight a very lengthy inland war. None of this really matters that much in teamers because it's like, well, if you killed like 4 cities from somebody, who cares if the rest of their cities are inland, right? You've ruined the game of somebody in the enemy team and you're still relevant. But in an FFA game, it kind of matters if you spend all your prod on Zhongs and then all you get is like a lengthy Yarel war with somebody who only had like 3 or 4 cities on coast. You're not really getting your values worth in that case. And the rest of the Civs kit doesn't really back it up. I would never really pick this in FFA. That is a honestly like F tier Civ. I really don't like Indonesia in free for all games. Maybe I'm underrating it, but yeah, none of the bonuses are that impressive. Next up is Gorgo. Gorgo is actually, in my mind, one of the best civs in the game on the current meta. So BBG does nerf this a little bit. In the base game, you get +1 combat strength for each military policy card active in your government, and in BBG, it's for each military policy slot in your government. So putting military cards in wildcard slots does not give you combat strength in BBG. What this means is that you'll build the Alhambra Wonder for +1 military policy card slot, and then you go Fascism, which has 4 slots innately, so you have +5 combat strength from your civ bonuses in all combat at Fascism. And that is like really good. Just basically, once you hit the Fascism government, for the rest of the game, you have basically an unconditional +5. And there's a lot of other good stuff here. For one, killing barbarians gives a lot of culture early. Like, that is a lot of culture from killing barbs. Like, you clear 1 camp, and that's 12 culture. That's like half of the cost of like early Empire or something. It's quite nice. Reese's bonuses, I feel like, tend to get really underrated. An extra wildcard policy slot in any government after early Empire is like huge. It's really nice. Early game, you can run the policy cards for +1 production in all cities and +50% production towards settlers at the same time. Helps you go really wide. Theater squares, the Acropolis is just like an incredible district. Half cost theater square. Just for putting it adjacent to the city center. It's already a +2 because it gets +1 culture for each adjacent district and then +1 culture for each adjacent city center. The city center counts as a district, so it's +2. You just put it next to the city center. I feel like one thing people do on the civ that I don't really agree with is they go way too hard on Acropolises early. You can totally just play this with a normal commercial hub opener and then go Acropolises right afterwards. Like the first city's all open commercial hub. You get all the growth and food and production benefits of the commercial hub opener running internal trade routes, and then on top of that you just go Acropolises afterwards. One of the nice things about this is that Greece gets insanely high culture very easily because of the Acropolises. So not only do you get +5 combat strength from your your leader bonuses once you hit Fascism, you're also hitting Fascism way earlier than other civs, right? So you get the +5 combat strength from Fascism inherently. The government itself gives +5. Then you get the +5 from your civ bonuses, so you have +10 over civs that don't have Fascism yet. That's going to be pretty much every civ every time you pick Gorgo if you're playing it right. Like, if you're piloting Gorgo correctly, you're usually hitting Fascism before anybody else in the game, which is just a window where you have +10 combat strength against everybody. I find that it's so easy to kill people. This is not really a civ you play for culture victory. This is like a domination war civ. You just like roll over people at Fascism. Very, very reliable, consistent game plan, honestly. Very good mix of powerful war bonuses and powerful simming bonuses. I don't know if like other top players would really agree with me here, but Gorgo is going to be my first S tier. Every game I play on the Civ, it feels like unstoppable. The wildcard policy slot, the Acropolises, it's just so good at staying ahead in the free sim situation. And that +5 combat strength for closing out with the late game war bonuses are just like crazy. Next up, Hammurabi. This civ is completely reworked. This is Babylon. It's nothing like in the base game. I say nothing like. They removed the bonus where you get 100% of the technology from Eureka's and the science penalty that went along with it. Aside from that, it's basically the same as the base game almost. Honestly, it's like one of the definition of like a reliable vanilla civ. It has some of the least text in the game, and somehow all of these bonuses are really, really strong. Right? When each specialty district except the Gov Plaza is constructed for the first time, receive the lowest production cost building that can be constructed in that district. That's really good. That's really, really good. Like, you build your first commercial hub and you get a market for free. That's a lot of tempo. You build a first harbor, you get a lighthouse for free. You build your first one thing I did in a recent video, you build a preserve. The Grove is the most expensive tier 1 building you can make in any district, aside from I think the entertainment complex and the aerodrome, which I'm not counting those. But yeah, you build the preserve, you get the Grove for free. That is really good. It's just so much tempo to get the free buildings. And then free Eureka after constructing each library. It's actually quite substantial. In the mid game, you're getting a ton of boosts that like no other civ can reliably get. You're usually getting like square rigging boost, which is kill a unit with a musketman. You often get that just rewarded for building a library. Yeah, and then early game era score is never an issue because you have a unique ancient era melee unit. So you can build this for +4 air score. You have a unique water mill, which you can build for air score. One thing that's worth noting is that this water mill is unlocked at irrigation rather than the wheel. This is very good. Irrigation is a much more convenient technology to pick up early. And this is very worth building. You're often building this in most of your cities. +1 housing and +2 prod, and then the additional +1 food on all improved freshwater tiles. Very nice. Additionally, one last thing I want to mention, the Civ is very good at rushing for the Colosseum because you get a free arena when you build your first entertainment complex. So you just win the race for Colosseum most of the time. In light of all of this, and Colosseum being like an insanely strong wonder, it's very generic Civ that can be played in pretty much any way. I'm going to put it in A. I've heard some people try to argue it should be an S. I know that it's a favorite of a lot of very strong players. But I can't really see it being that high, to be honest. I feel like there are other civs that provide comparable amounts of tempo to this. Not many, actually. Tempo is pretty much all this civ gives, right? Like it's a lot of early game bonuses to just give you a leapfrog ahead of other civs. It's like kind of the main thing. But there are a couple of other civs that are like almost up there in terms of early game tempo, and there are a lot of civs that can like scale better than Babylon. So I'm leaving it in A. Next up we have Norway. This is specifically the Kong whatever Herald. Here we have BBG, by the way, buffs so much about Norway. This is one of the most buffed civs by the mod. So first off, you get the 50% extra production towards holy sites. Coast and lake tiles provide standard adjacency bonus to holy site districts, so a full +1 for every coast or lake tile adjacent to the holy site. Harbors receive a major adjacency bonus from holy sites, so a harbor gets +2 adjacency for each holy site. The way you play the civ is you try to plan out your harbors and your holy sites so that like each harbor has like multiple holy sites adjacent to it if you can get like lucky enough to have the land to allow you to do this. This is a lot easier if you have like lakes. Like if you have these inland lakes that have a ton of land tiles adjacent to them, you can like crowd these harbors with a ton of holy sites. And what this does is you get whole harbors that have like +9, +10 adjacency, like absurd numbers. And then you take the free Inquiry Golden Age dedication, which gives you science equal to your harbor adjacency. So suddenly that harbor adjacency is giving you an insane amount of science. You build shipyards, which shipyards give production equal to your harbor adjacency. So you're getting a ton of production from those harbors as well. This is actually a very big deal. Unique Stave Church. This is the temple replacement. Very good, worth building. It's the reason why Norway often goes holy sites in all of their early cities. They put them next to where they want to put their harbors for the adjacencies. And then you go a religious belief that buffs shrine and temple yields, like choral music or feed the world or something. Because that had synergy with Stave Church. You're building a Stave Church in every city. Why wouldn't you go a belief that buffs the yields on them? Some decent late game bonuses. The pillage yields are kind of relevant regardless of if you're warring inland or at sea. You don't have to go to war on the coast. Like you can totally just be warring inland with like tanks and artillery and get like a ton of extra stats just from these pillage yields. Very very useful. uh Overall, the by the way, this Civ is like unbelievably top tier on like the naval heavy maps. Like if you have a game where they're playing tilted axis for some reason, like people are like, oh, I want to have a for fun game where we play like a really water heavy map. Norway is like almost always like pick or ban. Like it's easily S tier on these maps where everybody's on coast, like tilted axis. But on the standard maps, which usually are less water heavy, like rich highlands, lakes, Pangea, and the water bonuses aren't usually doing that much for you in free for all games. Um Overall, I would say he's probably the weaker of the two Norwegian leaders in BBG. We'll see the other one later. It's like way at the bottom here. But yeah. I'll put him in B. He's fine. Maybe move him up here. One of the better B tier civs. Is very, very good. Might even be A tier in lobbies where it's like you completely disable scientific city states. If there are no scientific city states enabled, the massive amount of science you get from free inquiry from all the harbor adjacencies becomes like really hard for other civs to overcome. But the more blue city states there are in the lobby, the higher yields people are getting from campuses, the less it matters that Norway has so much free science from free inquiry. Um, but yeah, next up is Hojo. Hojo is an interesting civ. I'm not sure exactly how to rate him. For one, this is really flexible. There are a lot of different build orders for Hojo. You can completely skip holy sites if you want on this civ, or you can go like 3 holy sites into harbor discounts. You can go holy sites directly into theater squares. Play very, very fast culture victory. This div is actually very strong with a greedy culture victory build order, which is just straight holy sites into straight theater squares, because you get plus 100% production towards both. Tend to have a bit lower production and food if you do that. Like you're not getting as much as you would with like a harbor or a commercial hub opener, but whatever. One thing to note, this combat bonus was nerfed very recently. It used to be +5 for all naval units in shallow water tiles, which was just absurd. Like I can't believe it was ever +5. But yeah, +3. This is basically just all naval combat. You just fight in shallow water. Right? Like people can in theory intercept your units in deep water. But most of the time, the majority of the fighting is taking place in shallow water tiles, so it's just basically an unconditional +3, which is very, very nice. The hurricane bonuses are a meme. It doesn't really matter. The districts receiving a standard adjacency bonus for being adjacent to another district is like huge. It's one of the reasons Japan tends to be such like a good all-rounder civ. All of their districts get giant adjacencies. It's very easy to have a giant free inquiry golden age, where like free inquiry gives science equal to your commercial hub and harbor adjacencies. The civ gets a ton of bonus adjacencies from everything. You get like massive free inquiry. Samurai are pretty good in BBG because one thing to note is that in the base game, men-at-arms are unlocked at apprenticeship, which means samurai aren't very impressive. But in BBG, men-at-arms are pushed back further in the tech tree. They're unlocked somewhere else. I can't remember the name. Military tactics, I think, is the name of the technology. And because men-at-arms are unlocked later, samurai now have the benefit because they're unlocked at feudalism. They are not unlocked at the tech tree. So by being unlocked at feudalism, you're getting samurai earlier than pretty much anybody's getting a medieval era unit. So there is a meaningful timing window on samurai. The only problem is in FFA, you're usually not pushing in the medieval era. But in teamers and in duels, very, very good unit. Samurai just come online earlier than other medieval era units, so they can be quite threatening. Electronics Factory. I think this also gives extra production, which it doesn't say here, but it just has a higher production yield than a regular factory. Very, very decent. It's honestly not that crazy of a unique building. For reference, you're not getting electricity early pretty much ever. Electricity is so far out of the way from good technologies. Like, even on Japan, you usually don't grab electricity early at all. So, yeah. Um, the electronics factory is honestly worse. If I go back to England here, right, just go to Victoria, you get +4 on buildings to provide power of their yields. So their factories get +10. It's basically just as good as an electronics factory, to put into perspective. Um, so yeah, this is not really why you're picking Japan. Um, Overall, Hojo, uh, it's so hard to rate. It's so good at like these greedy fast culture victories, but that's kind of risky. You can play it into a very conventional build order, but then it'd be like B tier, I guess. I'll put him like hot top of B tier. Relatively flexible, strong civ, but yeah, not like that great overall. Like compared to like some of the A tier civs. Like I wouldn't say it's better than any of these. Still, like it's going to be above average once we finish sorting everything out onto this list, I believe. Next up we have Poland, Jadwiga, the name of the leader. Let's see here. Jadwiga, I don't know which. Um, Build order always involves going an early holy site, running projects to get your religion as quickly as possible, and then you get a free relic when founding your religion in BBG. Free relic, and you get extra yields on relics. You take the reliquaries belief, which triples the faith yield on relics. This does work on Poland's bonus. So relic is 4 faith by default, then +2 from Poland's bonus, so that's 6. And then the reliquaries belief triples that to 18. So once you found your religion, you get 18 faith per turn from your first relic. Kinda insane. This civ is like really good if you get candy. The religious city-state candy gives you a free relic every time you find a natural wonder if you have a relic slot available in your empire. Crazy, crazy good. If you first meet candy, like you brush Apadana in your capital, you fill that up with relics. It would be like an easy S tier if you just got candy suzerain bonus every game, but you don't. So we'll contend with what Poland is like without that suzerain bonus, where you're not getting showered with free relics that have absurd yields. Um, the culture bombs and automatic conversion are like fine. They're usually not doing a whole lot. Sometimes this can help you put crusades on a neighbor. Other times it ends up not really doing anything. Um, Winged Hussars are really, really good unit. They're like one of the best unique units. For once, these units actually come late enough that it's worth using in free-for-all games. In BBG, this is unlocked at Theocracy, the same Reformed Church is the name of the civic. It's the civic that unlocks the Theocracy government. These are unlocked earlier in the Curious era, which it replaces, and they count as a Renaissance era unit. This is important because that means that great generals used to buff them are cheaper. With normal Curious eras, you need a great general that works on industrial era units, which are quite expensive. The fact that you can just use a Renaissance era general on this, actually very big. Also, Winged Hussars, kind of just almost unholdable at the timing that they can hit you. Very, very strong unique unit push. Uh, and one that's actually good in free for all just because of the timing. The unique building, it's all right. I mean, unique market, um, pretty decent. Not much to say about it. Overall, I'm gonna give this B tier, to be honest. Um, it's a fairly consistent civ. It tends to get really, really big monumentalities. One of the things that you do, because you found your religion very early, you're usually looking to found it like turn 21 or something, get that 18 faith per turn from your relic. You end up to banking up like 3 to 400 faith, sometimes as high as like 600 faith by turn 31, and then you choose monumentalities or golden age dedication to faith by builders. Um, Oftentimes Poland is a big fan of going for the autocracy government, which gives bonus production towards wonders. Then you put in the policy card for an additional 15% production towards wonders. You faith by a ton of builders, and you just chop out like multiple early game wonders. And that's generally how you use like this massive monumentality, where you just bank up like 500 faith by turn 31, faith by a bajillion builders, chop everything to get like Hanging Gardens and Colosseum or whatever, and then you just sim as normal from there. Decent strategy. I wouldn't say that it goes to A tier though. I wouldn't pick it over these, generally speaking. Khmer. Okay, Khmer has seen better days. Khmer used to be the Civ used to be like the king of BBG. For like literally a straight like 2 years, this Civ, when they track statistics in CPL, back when they used to actually tell us what the win rates on all the Civs were in ranked games. Wow, that was fun. Khmer was like consistently number one for like 2 years. And then they nerfed it. It's received several nerfs over the years. It's insane how much weaker this is than vanilla Khmer. To be clear, without BBG, Khmer is like S plus tier. It's like easily one of the best civs in the entire game. With BBG, honestly, it's seen better days. I think there was a previous iteration of it, which I thought was like pretty decent, where it got +2 food from holy sites built adjacent to rivers, right? +2 instead of +1. And you would think it wouldn't be that big of a difference, just an extra like +1 food on all of the holy sites, but you build your holy sites really early, and that going from +2 to +1, I feel is kind of the nerf that killed the Civ for me. The worst part is it's not even a bad Civ anymore. It's like not even a bad Civ. It's just I don't feel like playing it over other Civs at this point. There are a lot of bonuses here that are decent. The farms giving extra food next to aqueducts is honestly not that important. It's kind of hard to even find room to put farms next to aqueducts because you often want to put industrial zones next to aqueducts. The extra amenity from aqueducts is nice. You usually go River Goddess as your pantheon for an extra amenity in cities with holy sites on rivers. Obviously, all of your holy sites are going on rivers already. So between the amenity from the aqueduct and the amenity from the pantheon, you're able to grow your cities insanely tall without really struggling for amenities. The Domri is like okay. It's like a decent unique unit, but it's a little early. It's kind of hard to find a good timing to use it in FFA. Persat, pretty good. Fine. I think in the base game it's plus 0.5 culture for every population, which is a lot better than 0.3. The tourism bonuses I don't think matter much. You're usually not playing the Civ into culture victory. You can. When you do play the Civ into culture victory, it's usually coming down to the fact that you can get like massive amounts of faith, like 500 to 600 faith per turn in the late game, and you just faith by a bajillion rock bands. This Civ can be played for CV, but you're mostly just rolling the dice on how good your rock band RNG is, because rock bands are like incredibly random in how well they perform. But yeah, outside that, you can play it for any win con. It's like very generic. Don't need to play into the CV bonuses at all. You can just go to war with people, faith by a ton of units with Grandmaster's Chapel, and conquer. Overall, I'm going to put this in C. I don't like Khmer on the current batch. It's just slightly undertuned. A little bit of love, like going back from +1 food on holy sites to +2, and it could go up to like mid to top of B. It would be quite good again. One of the problems is that in the current meta, a lot of people really like to play into free inquiry as their second Golden Age dedication, which gives science equal to your commercial hub and harbor adjacency. And as Khmer, you kind of have to go a holy site in every city to make use of your Civ bonuses, and then you can't really take advantage of free inquiry. So in lobbies where people like limit the number of blue city states that can appear, which is very common in CPL nowadays, like there will be like, oh, only 1 or 2 blue city states in the game. it's hard to keep up in science, the players who pick free inquiry second, when you don't have nearly enough commercial hubs or harbors to justify doing it yourself. It's much better in lobbies with like 3 blue city states than ones with 0. Okay. Next up, Portugal. Portugal, comically overpowered in the base game, nerfed a lot by BBG. +1 trade route capacity when entering a new era, including the ancient era. So you have +1 trade route capacity from the start of the game. +1 sight in all units, very useful for scouting early. It's actually easy to get a lot of huts on Portugal. The last game I played Portugal, I found literally no huts, and I could not believe it. It's actually insane. There are games where you can get no tribal villages on a civ that gets +1 sight on all units. So extra international trade route yields and a ton of free trade route capacity. This civ scales absurdly well into the later stages of the game. One of the best late game civs, just in terms of being able to put up massive stats very easily. Trade routes just give so many yields if you know how to min-max their bonuses. You form an alliance, you go democracy, you get whistle banking in. BBG actually removes the extra prod and food from trade routes. In the base game, you would get extra food and production on Portugal's civ bonus from trade routes, but in BBG, it's only gold, science, and culture, which is a bit of a bummer. Overall, though, like, such a good civ. You get the nows, I don't think are any stronger than caravels. They're just a bit cheaper. But they can build these Feitoras in your allies' land, which give you extra yields on trade routes you send to those cities. Quite good. You just build a few nows, tell your ally, like, hey, buy these tiles on the coast for me so I can build Feitorias on them. You build all the Feitorias, get a ton of extra yields on trade routes. Fog. Navigation school. Pretty good, very good, unique building, actually. It's a unique university replacement. I think it gives +5 science instead of +4 baseline, so it's already +1 science, and it's an additional +1 science for every 2 coast or lake tiles in the city, which can add up to quite a bit. So it's a ton of free science. You already have all of these insane bonuses like extra trade route capacity, a ton of extra yields on trade routes. In my view, this is kind of a hard civ to rate, because on the naval-heavy maps, like Tilted Axis or whatever, if you're playing on one of those for some reason, this is like an S-tier civ. It's just like impossible to keep up with its simming if it has a good game. You get so much tempo early just from the extra trade route capacity, right? Because turn 1, you have 1 extra trade route capacity. Turn 31, you have 2 extra trade route capacity. You're jump starting all of your cities with early internal trade routes just for the extra food and production. And it's so much tempo early. It's like easy to overlook how much that helps you out in the early game. And then you scale obscenely well too. But this civ cannot send, if I go back, you literally cannot send trade routes over that are inland. They have to travel over water. They can only go from a coastal city and can only reach cities on the coast or with a harbor. It's a meme that you are rolling the dice on whether or not you get like an inland sea spawn. You pick this on Pangea, and suddenly you're forced into like the top of the map. You have a little inland sea, and nobody can trade with you, and you're just like actually screwed. Like you lose. Not only do you lose all your civ bonuses, you're worse than a regular civ because you can't even trade internationally if you're on an inland sea, right? Like suddenly it's like literally negative. Like the malices start to outweigh the benefits, and you wish you were playing any other civ. But when Portugal hits, it hits. I'm gonna put it in A tier. Uh, kind of a dice roll. Never pick this on lakes. Never pick this on rich highlands. On those maps, the odds of you having a trading partner on the same coast as you are way too low. It's okay to roll the dice on Portugal on Pangea. Very reliable on 7 seas. On these 2 map types, go ahead. You can get lucky and just get an insanely good setup. And then you are playing one of, honestly, the best civs in the game if you have like a really, really good trade route setup. Okay. Australia. The civ was murdered by BBG in one of the most recent patches. I think the most recent patch. It literally is the biggest fall from grace I think any Civ has had in a single patch, almost ever. All they did was it used to get +1 production on all pastures, and now it doesn't. And somehow that killed the Civ. Somehow it has almost no tempo. Um, I cannot stress enough how good getting +1 production on all pastures was. You would open a builder, open animal husbandry, you had a horse spawn bias. BBG and BBM, better balanced maps, work together to make sure civs pretty much always get whatever they want from their spawn bias. So because this civ has a horse spawn bias, you would always spawn with like 2 to 3 horses in your capital. And you get culture bombs on pastures too. So you usually don't even have to buy the tiles, right? You just build the pastures and they just culture bomb out to the tiles you need. Starting the game with like a ton of 2/4s or 3/3 tiles when you got +1 prod on pastures was so much tempo. The builder open was just so fast paced. And then you get like so much extra adjacency on your districts, right? It's very easy to get breathtaking campuses if you're putting them next to mountains or next to coast and what is it? Not geothermals, reefs, right? Because coast tiles and mountains both grant appeal. And then your unique Outback station also grants appeal. So you can use these Outback stations to control appeal, make sure that all of your districts stay on breathtaking tiles. You can get very, very high adjacency campuses and theater squares this way, lots of tempo early. The Civ was infamously like broken in a teamers because the strategy was just full campus open with multiple like +5, +6 campuses next to mountains and reefs. Very easy to get like massive adjacency campuses. Then you make a bajillion galleys, you rush for caravels, and then the reason this was only good in teamers because you would get to caravels so quickly, and with a full campus opener, you would have so little gold in production that you'd basically just be sitting on a ton of galleys that you couldn't afford to upgrade. So your teammates would trade you all the gold. All your teammates who played a normal open would give you their gold, and now on like turn 40, you have like a bajillion caravels, and you just go and kill everybody on the enemy team that's on the coast for free. That is why they nerfed Australia. It was never that dominant in FFA. Unironically, it was like a B tier civ in FFA, but because of how strong it was in teamers with that caravel rush, uh, they nerfed it by removing the production from pastures. And honestly, I want them to give it back. I want them to give this +1 production on pastures again and nerf something else. Because it feels so bad to play this in free for all right now because the high adjacency campuses don't really help you that much early. You don't want to open multiple campuses in a free for all game. If you do, you'll have very low gold in production. The cost of districts scales with the number of technologies you have completed. So if your science is really, really high and your gold in production are not, your districts, the cost of building new districts gets out of hand way too quickly. So the campus opener isn't even good in FFA. Overall, I would say this is a civ that in FFA would have been B tier before the nerfs, and now is like D tier. Uh, Not great. I don't know why you would ever pick Australia in FFA after the most recent nerf. Uh, Give +1 prod back on pastures and do something else. Like maybe lower the breathtaking districts from getting +3 to +2 or something. I don't know. But yeah. Okay, next civ on the list is Julius Caesar. Um, so one thing that's worth noting, a lot of FFA lobbies nowadays, like they kind of flip-flop between barbarians being disabled or barbarians being toned down a little bit on a setting known as civilized, which just decreases the number that spawn compared to normal. You're looking for civilized barbs lobbies when you pick this. You are not picking the civ on lobbies where people disable barbarians outright. It's you want to have barbarian outposts to farm. This is on online speed. This is 75 gold for killing a barbarian outpost, and it's 25 gold baseline. Remember, so you get 100 gold for killing a barb outpost. That is like gigantic. You really want to pick this on in lobbies only when barbarians are enabled. Um, some other things, all units receive plus 100% combat experience is a really, really good war bonus. Really good. You snowball way harder than most civs off of killing somebody. Like something you can do is go for an industrial era war with like cuirassiers and bombards, and then all of those farm like 2 to 3 promotions. Then you have like a ton of units with like 3 promotions upgraded into tanks and artillery. And whoever you go for next has like no chance of holding against units with that many promotions. Very good snowball. Also, you get a ton of gold for conquering cities. You get an extra wildcard policy slot the first time you capture a city from another major civilization. Um, so just an extra wildcard slot, but only after you've conquered something. Uh, Usually doesn't kick in until later because early game war and FFA is kind of troll. You get a free melee unit each time a non-capital city is settled, and in your capital city upon reaching the Code of Law civic, which is the first civic of the game. It's like turn 9. Free melee units, you can use them to go kill a city state. You can use them as scouts. Obviously, you use them to hunt down any barb camps for the extra gold. They're fine. Later on in the game, you can like regroup them after like scattering them to like scout early on. You regroup them in your cities. You upgrade them to musketmen or line infantry, and you can use them to war another player. That's very potent. Yeah, free roads. That's nice. Bath is actually pretty good. Actually, pretty good unique district. Easy to overlook how good this is. Costs half as much as a regular aqueduct. In all cases, provides +2 housing and +1 amenity compared to a regular aqueduct. You build these in pretty much every city usually, and because you're building your aqueducts in almost every city, you end up building a lot of industrial zones as well. Oftentimes, just because aqueducts give extra adjacency to industrial zones. Um, this civ can range from one of the better civs in the game when you have like a lot of gold from barbarian outpost kills to just being kind of mediocre. One of the civs, this is a lot better in like teamers or duels where you can just make a bajillion legions with your free melee units and just kill somebody. Very, very potent in like 1v1s and in 4v4 games where these sorts of early game morale wars are like fine so long as you kill somebody on the enemy team. But in FFA, going for a legion push, it's actually not that hard to slow down Julius Caesar to the point where he'd be better off not warring you. So generally, not a civ that's particularly well suited for FFA. I'm gonna put him in C. You can still get good value out of it. If you get like really lucky, like you kill 2 to 3 barb camps early, it's like even like high B to like low A. If you can reliably kill multiple barb camps, the extra gold is a lot in the early game. But sometimes you don't. Oftentimes you don't kill any barb camps, and then it's like C tier. Um, yeah. Next up is Christina. Christina is an interesting civ. This is one of those civs where it's like, if the only goal was to play for first place, if Civ was a game where all that we were cared about was how good the Civ was getting at first place, Christina would be one of the best Civs in the game. Because she is very, very good at goading a fast, greedy culture victory because of the automatic theming bonuses and the unique Queen's Bibliothèque, or whatever, and the open air museums. You get so much extra tourism from automatically theming all of your great works. So much extra culture from automatically theming them, and then this unique tile improvement gives a ton of extra culture and tourism. This civ is known for blazing fast culture victories. Like this is one of the few civs that can get like turn 85 culture victories in free for alls. The problem is the bonuses are pretty underwhelming outside of that. Very, very low tempo. No real tempo bonuses in the early game. Most of these bonuses don't really matter at all until starting from like turn 45 onwards. Like you're not getting any of these. Crolians, by the way, very, very strong unique unit. +3 combat strength for point of unused movement replaces the pike and shot. It has 3 movement base. You can add 1 from putting a great general in the city with it. You can get an additional one from the policy card that gives +1 movement points for all units in friendly territory. Then in BBG, medics, for some reason, give +1 movement to all melee, anti-cav, and ranged units. So you can get this up to +6 movement. Plot this in place, you get +18 combat strength compared to a regular pike and shot. If this hasn't moved, it's basically, this can hold tanks. Like, Caroleans are almost unassailable by tanks in the ideal conditions. It's kind of crazy. So like, they have the defensive tool to try to play for a greedy culture victory. But like, some games, there's just somebody else in the lobby that's blocking the culture victory, or like multiple people died early, and when civilizations die, it becomes harder to win a culture victory because the way the formula for accumulating tourists works, it's based on the number of civs at the start of the game. So if multiple civs have died, it's just harder to accumulate tourists than it should be. And then you're just screwed. Like, these bonuses aren't great for playing for second place at all. That's one of the big problems with it. So it's a very feast or famine civ, right? Like, you get first place, or you wish you picked something else, because other civs are better at playing for second place. Playing for second place is a concept in CPL because there are rating points based on your position at the end of the lobby. So being able to be like, I wasn't able to like take the lead in the space race. Oh well, I'll just spam a ton of tanks and artillery and take second place by killing somebody. Sweden's not very good at that. So in light of this, I'll put it in B tier out of respect for how strong its like culture victories can be. But yeah, it's like, there are games where it's just completely outside of your control that you can't win a culture victory, no matter how well you're doing, just because of the circumstances, people dying, somebody else is having an insane game on like Pericles or something and has way too much domestic tourists for you to overcome. And yeah, then you wish you would pick something else. Next up is Kublai Khan. I believe this is China, specifically the Chinese Kublai Khan. Generically good civ, kind of like the most vanilla civ in the game. All these bonuses are basically automatic, like, ooh, extra economic policy card slot in any government, free Eurekas and inspirations, bonus science and culture on international trade routes. One of the things that's nice about the civ is that you can combo with the Governor Amani. I mentioned this earlier in the video. She, in BBG, you assign her to a city state. She gives +2 prod and +2 food to any trade route sent to that city state. You're pretty much always running Amani externals in the early game, and then you pivot into trading to an ally later. So you are getting the science and culture even pretty early on, and then you're getting more of that later once you start trading to an ally. Eureka and inspiration progress being higher, pretty good. This was nerfed very recently. It used to be 50% instead of 40%. In base game, it's 50%. Kind of a bummer. It's one of the better civ bonuses in the game back when it was 50%. Now it's just like whatever. Great walls aren't honestly all that great. I'll give this, you get like decent tempo early with the economic policy card slot. Like, that is a fair amount of tempo. And the science and culture from the international trade routes right away with the Amani externals is nothing to scoff at. The extra Eureka and inspiration progress and the free random Eureka and inspirations, I'll give it a B. Kind of like the sliced bread of civs. It might have been an A back when China's bonus gave 50% Eureka and inspiration progress instead of 45%. But with the current values, I'm giving it a B. Next up is the Maori. Pupe here. This civ is actually so much harder to play properly than people give it credit for. It plays so unconventionally. It basically throws out like most of the strategies that other civs use, because you get a ton of bonus yields on unimproved tiles. So yeah, just the extra unimproved tile yields are like an obscene amount of tempo early that you have to be prepared to use. You're never making any builders. You're usually making extra settlers because you have so much free production early at early empire. Like all of your 2-2 woods become 2-3 woods. You have no need to make any builders, so oftentimes I find myself on like 5 or 6 cities. Like 6 cities by turn 31 on the Civ, just because you have nothing better to make than settlers. Very, very good if you get a preserve opener. So the thing about the Civ is that you have no bonuses that make it easier to get high appeal. A lot of the best preserve openers, like Teddy Bullmoose, he can plant woods earlier than other Civs. Brazil is a Civ that can open with preserves, and they get bonus appeal from rainforest tiles. So they can do that. Coupe wants preserve openers, but has no bonuses to appeal whatsoever. So you just have to get lucky. If you get lucky and can do a preserve opener, this Civ is insane. You get so many free stats. You get to mercantilism and conservation, which are both in the civics tree, very quickly with the extra culture from preserves. And then you just win the game. Because you have obscene tile yields. Like, to be clear, a 2-2 woods tile becomes a 2-6 at conservation. 2 food, 6 production. Conservation is also the civic that allows you to plant woods. So you just plant woods on every tile in your empire at that point. Only problem is that a lot of the times you can't go preserves. You just don't have the appeal. It's very, very common. It's also awkward because you can't remove resources. This is a massive detriment, by the way. Resources not being able to be harvested screws you over so often, where you just have like a rice tile exactly where you want a district, and you just can't place a district. Or it's like, oh, maybe I want to go for this particular wonder, but there is a cattle just sitting on the tile that I want to put the wonder on, so now I can't. If they remove this line of text, resources cannot be harvested, this would be like an S tier civ. Instead, I'm probably going to dump this in A. Pretty decent civ, but you have to know how to play it. This is, people say like, oh, you don't have to improve your tiles. This is like an easy civ, good for beginners. Absolutely not. It's so unconventional. They removed the ocean start, by the way. I don't know if I mentioned this. You don't start in the ocean in BBG. Because everybody hated it. You would just land right next to somebody. Neither of you would have any room. You'd get wrapped into an Arel war. It was awful. People were banning the Civ in 99% of the games, not because of how strong it was, but because they didn't want it to land right next to them on the coast and end up with no room for either player. So that's why they removed the ocean start. Okay. Next up, we have La Toro of Mapuche. So BBG nerfs this from +10 combat strength to +5 against civs in a golden or heroic age. Still, this is pretty much all civs all the time in free-for-all games usually. +5 is a lot. That is a gigantic bonus. The unique unit is insanely good. Down here, Malan Rider replaces the Courser. Here's the thing. In FFA, Courser pushes are a little too early to be very good, right? Malan Riders have been reworked a lot by BBG, by the way. They're in base game, they're unlocked at Gunpowder, 55 strength. BBG, they're unlocked at Castles, and they're like 48 strength. So they're unlocked earlier, a bit weaker, they replace the Courser. One of the nice things BBG does, though, one of the things that helps this out a lot in FFA, is that Malan Rider's unique ability has been changed. In the base game, it's pillaging costs 1 movement point. That's their unique ability. In BBG, it's instead, they start with a free promotion. And this is better for FFA specifically. And that's because you can build a ton of Malan Riders, take the left side promotion on all of them, which is just like +5 against anti-cav or whatever. Then you build Terracotta Army, and then you get a second promotion on all of them. The second promotion on the left side of the tree is pillaging only costs 1 movement point, and then you upgrade these to industrial era cavalry, and that's when you push in an FFA, right? So you don't go for the early Malan Rider rush because it's just too early to really be worth it. But in an FFA, upgrading all of these to cavalry is actually a very good timing. And then if you kill somebody with them, later you upgrade those to helicopters, and you just have this massive army of helicopters that all have like a bajillion promotions. All of them can pillage, only costing 1 movement point. This is one of the things that makes it so good. Pillaging only costing 1 point of movement makes it so easy to just run somebody over and just completely ruin them with pillages. And then take your time slowly killing them. This is a bit of a griefer civ, to be honest. Very annoying to play against because its gameplay pattern is so like toxic, where it's just you get these all these units that only cost 1 movement point to pillage. You send them deep into enemy territory and pillage all of the tiles, and then you retreat them, and then you start like actually doing the push to conquer all the cities afterwards. Like it's a very slow kill that's really annoying to play against. And the +5 combat strength against civs in a golden age just makes it so easy. Problem is no real simming bonuses. The chemimal or whatever kind of sucks. I've seen like screenshots of like meme chemimals that are next to like the cliffs of Dover on like tiles that have like 12 appeal and are giving like 9 culture. But those are not common. Usually this sucks. The bonus yields in cities with a governor, not that great. It's just fine. They are tripled in cities not founded by the Mapuche, but yeah, I mean, you need to actually kill somebody to get that, so. I mean, it helps if you have a city-state that you've conquered, but overall, not really designed for FFA. The problem is that it's so much of a war sim with like so few simming bonuses that it's hard to keep up. It's really hard to keep up with the civs that have a ton of bonuses that aren't tied to war. I'm going to put it near the top of C tier because that cavalry push can be so potent and you can snowball off of it if it goes really well. But yeah, if it doesn't go super well, like if you're just not going to be able to keep up. And it's not a civ that's easy to get first place on, right? Like there's usually at least somebody who picked a really good simming civ that's just like way ahead of everybody else, and that's never going to be Mapuche. Next up is Ludwig. Ludwig, German leader, kind of the definition of absolutely everything you could possibly want in the current meta for multiplayer free for all. Scales insanely well with the German bonuses. Hanses are OP. I already talked about this in Frederick. Extra district slot is insane. And this bonus is absurd. It's one of those bonuses that gets way better the more practice you have on the civ. In the mid game, you could unironically be getting like +40, +50 culture per turn just from this. One of the things that's important is that it's incomplete wonders, not just complete, incomplete as well. So you place like Great Bath. You settle a city on floodplains. You place Great Bath and Etmononki right next to them. It counts the city center as a district. You get the culture from having them next to the city center. And then you just like get a ton of extra tempo. You get to political philosophy very quickly. You get to feudalism very quickly. You get to guilds very quickly. There's a lot of wonders you can put down, like Apadana, Hanging Gardens. You don't have to build any of them. In the mid game, you have to remember to place all the wonders. It's easy to forget, but you really do need to plan so you can place all of them. Maybe throw down a great library next to like 2 districts somewhere that you don't, even if you don't plan on building it. Huey, Tiakali, or whatever, throw that down and get like +6 culture from that, just being in a good spot, even without even building it again. I always go in early encampment, build a barracks so that you meet the placement requirements for Statue of Zeus and Terracotta Army. Throw both those down. Doesn't matter if you're not planning to build them. They give like extra culture just for being adjacent to districts. Machu Picchu, it's easy to just throw it down. Don't contribute any production to it because it's a shitty wonder. Usually people don't even end up building it until very late, so you just get all this free culture for having it incomplete sitting around. Very, very, very good. Obscenely good. You get to feudalism quickly, guilds quickly for the +100% production on all industrial zones policy card and the extra district slot. Then you get to fascism quickly later, which lets you just steamroll everybody. I'm gonna put Ludwig in S. Uh, it's kind of like the king of free sim right now. It's really really hard to keep up with this civ. If a good player is playing it on a good spawn, it's like basically guaranteed to pull ahead of everybody else. And the only real check to Ludwig is that he has no war bonuses. So like if you can like somewhat keep up with him while playing a powerful war civ like Gorgo was +5 combat strength on all units of fascism, or like Aztec, or like uh Byzantium, that's how you like topple Ludwig. Um but just keeping up with him is a gigantic ask. It's so hard. He's often like pulling ahead in techs completed and civics completed. Way more production everybody else. Disgusting. Um, Only problem with Ludwig, by the way, one more thing to mention. No bonuses to air score and very, very little tempo in the early game. The only really bonus you have to getting your first golden age is the extra culture. It makes it a bit easier to hit political philosophy. And you get air score for entering your first tier 2 or your first tier 1 government, so that can help. But it's kind of a meme that people go normal age on Ludwig like all the time because they can't get enough air score for their golden age. Um All right, next up is Mali, Mansa Musa. Let's see here. So I'm not super familiar with how strong this is right now. It's still a very unpopular civ, even though it just got massively buffed in the newest BBG patch. At one point, it was like grossly overpowered, like years ago, and then it got like gutted. They completely killed the civ, and then recently they buffed it back up again to try to make it playable. I have not seen it be picked much. I think it's like a decent civ. People and teamers swear that it's OP because it gets way too much gold. You trade all that gold to your teammates, and then they just buy infinite unit, or they buy infinite unit upgrades, and then they can like steamroll their opponents. But in free for all, it doesn't. You don't have teammates to feed by trading gold to. So, um, I don't know. I wouldn't rate it that highly. It's like whatever. Like C tier. It's also so dice roll on the spawns. You get really, really bad spawns on Mali. What you're looking for is a spawn where you get like a ton of tiles adjacent to desert. Or yeah, your city center is adjacent to a ton of desert tiles, so you get all the bonus yields, like +1 food, for each desert tile adjacent to the city center. But then you have a lot of non-desert tiles that you can actually work. That's what you want. So spawning right on the edge of the desert with a ton of good tiles is ideal, and that happens so rarely. Like you can get really screwed over on spawn. So yeah. Next one up is Hungary. Hungary is very, very generically good. Is extremely good in a very conventional way. First off, before I talk about the levy bonuses, let me talk about some of the generic bonuses here. Plus 50% production towards districts and buildings constructed across a river from the city center is insanely good. For clarity, this is only districts and buildings constructed across city center and across a river from a city center and adjacent to the city center. It has to be adjacent to the city center and on the other side of the river. Since a lot of people are always confused on how that works. It's so much tempo early. Like it's cheaper commercial hubs and then cheaper markets, a cheaper Gov Plaza, and cheaper buildings in that Gov Plaza. I often like to go Ancestral Hall on the Civ because you can get the Ancestral Hall so early. Because you get the extra production towards it, and then you can settle a ton of cities. And then later you get the Thermal Bath, which is replaces the zoo. This is unlocked at like natural history. +2 amenities and +2 production to each city center within 6 tiles. This is just the Colosseum. This is basically like the Colosseum, which is the best wonder in the game, except this is just a building that replaces the zoo. I always rush this. I tend to settle very wide on Hungary because I'm anticipating this massive spike in amenities. You can easily settle like 12 cities and still hold +5 amenities once you reach the thermal bath. Um, Very good. Now, let me talk about the other bonuses. Because Hungary is the levy civ, right? It has a ton of bonuses to levying city-states. One of the nice things is that levying troops from city-states gives +1 envoy at that city-state. These bonuses are all like massively nerfed compared to the base game. I think in the base game it's like +5 combat strength, +2 movement on levied units, and then 2 envoys. It's like way overtuned. Like that shit would be really broken in multiplayer. So they nerf all that. It's +1 movement, +3 combat strength. Receive 1 envoy when you levy a city-state. Uh, Personally, there are some really good plays you can make with levied units sometimes. One of the best timings for levied units is line infantry because it comes with your hussars. So you send a ton of your own hussars to attack somebody, and then you levy a city-state on their flank and send a ton of line infantry that are unlocked to the same technology that are all levied from that city-state, and it can be like devastating. You always go foreign ministry on the civ, which is the Gov Plaza building that makes levying units cheaper and gives an additional +4 combat strength on all levied units. So at that point, all of your levied units have +7. They are very, very hard to deal with. Uh, Very strong war timing, unironically. The Hussar plus line infantry levy. Hussars are one of the better unique units in the game. In BBG, it's +2 combat strength from each city-state of which you're a suzerain. And in free-for-all games, because you get so many bonus envoys, you're usually just levying all of your city-states on a loop as often as you can for the free envoys. Other players often don't really contest you on the city-states because they see, oh, it's Hungary. I don't want to contest him on the city-state. It'll just outcompete me because he gets all the free envoys. And because of that, you have an outsized pressure on city-states, even more than you would expect from the envoy bonuses. So it's easy to get like 5 city-states or suzerain of, and then you just have +10 combat strength on Hussars in free-for-all games. And it's just like so overwhelming. Such a good unique unit. Such good simming bonuses, very, very strong early tempo from all the bonus production towards commercial hubs and markets. And then later, anything else you build across the river. Thermal Bath, very underrated, one of the best unique buildings in the game. I am going to put Hungary in A tier. I will put it like pretty high in A tier, honestly. I'd say Hungary is one of the better civs. Very, very good, generically strong. Okay, so the next civ we'll be looking at is Ethiopia, Menelik. So for this leader, been nerfed a bit by BBG. Instead of getting 15% of the faith generation of science and culture, you get 10%. But you can now get it on cities founded on resources, not just on hills. So that's a nice buff to its reliability, at least, since you can now settle on things like rice and cattle and still get the bonus science and faith without being forced to settle on hills. Pretty much everything about this civ's been nerfed. The +4 combat strength on hills has been moved from being on all units to only on their unique unit. The bonus faith from resources has been nerfed. It's now just +1 faith flat on every improved resource. Rock-hewn churches now no longer give +1 faith as a base yield. They only give faith equal to the number of adjacent mountains and hill styles. Across the board, weaker than in the vanilla game. But still, honestly, decent enough civ. Not like super great, but not super bad either. Kind of boring, straightforward. You just play into a monumentality game plan. You make a ton of holy sites, and that's all there is to it. And uh, can't say I'm super impressed. Like, honestly, C tier, whatever. It's right there next to Khmer. Could be worse. I've had good games on Ethiopia, but yeah, it's not as good as most civs, I think. Next one on the list is Montezuma, Aztec here. Montezuma is kind of insane. So first off, luxury resources in his territory provide an amenity of 2 extra cities. That's a lot. That is a lot of extra amenities over the course of the game. That could easily be, if you have like 8 unique luxes, that's 16 extra amenities. That's a lot. Military units receive +1 combat strength when attacking for each different luxury resource improvement Aztec lands. This is absurd. Like, the snowballing potential here is unreal. I think in the base game you get this bonus combat strength when attacking and defending, but in BBG it's only when attacking. So when a unit declares an attack against yours, you don't get the combat bonus. Only when your unit is the one declaring the attack. Regardless, this can easily get out of hand very quickly. You spawn on a continent split, and you're already starting with like +8 just for improving all the unique luxes on the 2 continents. Kill somebody on the 3rd continent, you're at +12. Add in like an extra resource on the coast or something, like turtles or pearls. You get to like +14. This is a civ that can snowball out of control and take over the game. And one of the things that's insane about it is that their simming bonuses are actually pretty decent. Like, these are really solid simming bonuses. 1, this is a crazy amount of extra amenities. 2, their unique arena placement is quite good. It's like a miniature coliseum. BBG reworks this. The base game version of this sucks. But in BBG, it's +1 amenity and +1 culture to each city center within 6 tiles. Very, very worth building. The way I play the civ, I often go to like 12 cities. Like, you settle a ton of cities, you build this in a very central location, and you never struggle on amenities. You're +5 everywhere anyway. One of the nice things about the Eagle Warrior is that you can declare war on city-states and farm city-state units for free builders. Anytime you kill a city-state warrior with an Eagle Warrior, there's like a 70% chance it turns into a builder. The nice thing about this is that builders produced by this means do not count as having produced a builder for the sake of the builder cost formula. So basically, in Civ 6, every time you make a builder, all future builders become more expensive. This includes whenever you buy a builder, when you produce a builder, when you get a builder from the effective Ancestral Hall. Yeah, all of these methods of getting builders increase the cost of all future builders. Even getting a builder from a hut, from a tribal village, that increases the cost of all future builders. But not this. If an Eagle Warrior turns another civilization's unit into a builder, that does not increase the cost of future builders. It's just a free builder. Getting like 2 or 3 of these early by farming a city-state with Eagle Warriors is pretty impactful. Very strong bonus. I've had games where this just pops off. So this is a civ with like pretty decent simming bonuses and an absurd combat bonus that has a tendency to snowball out of control. Additionally, this bonus, spend a builder charge to complete 30% of the original district cost. This works on spaceports, which are obscenely expensive. Being able to just finish spaceports with builders is kind of nuts. Overall, I'm putting this in S. What an absurd civ. Everybody knows if you play in CPL long enough, you will eventually see a game where an Aztec just has +20 attack bonus and is completely unstoppable. It happens sometimes. And the fact that their simming bonuses are decent enough to support that, on top of that, they can easily keep up with other civs, is kind of disgusting. Next on the list, Congo, Movember specifically. Movember, pretty decent civ, been buffed a lot by BBG. Kind of sucks in the base game, but this, the mod helps him out a lot here. He gets gold and culture for each citizen following a religion in any of his cities, but he can't found his own religion or build holy site districts, so he needs somebody else to convert him. Gets extra yields on relics, and you receive a free relic whenever you finish any building in the government plaza, and you have 5 slots in your palace for great works. One of the nice things is that if you get the city-state of Kandy, or you get like a relic from a tribal village, this is an absurd amount of free yields. You can get some insanely high roll spawns. All combat units ignoring Rainforest and Woods movement penalty is kind of big. This helps a lot with your scouts and your starting warrior. They cover a lot more ground than normal, which is pretty nice. On top of this, receive 50% more great writer, great artist, great musician, great merchant points. This is fantastic. You can take the Pantheon, God of War, and Plunder, which gives +1 great merchant point in every city with a commercial hub. This will be multiplied by the Congo bonus. So instead of a commercial hub, baseline would give 1 great merchant point. With the Pantheon, it gives 2. And then with Congo's bonus, that would be buffed up to 3. So you finish like 3 commercial hubs early, you're already at 9 great merchant points passively. It gets out of hand like really quickly. And then later you start going into great writers, great artists, and musicians. This is a ton of points to get for free. The artifact yields are nice, but they're not like crazy or anything. One of the nice things about artifacts and sculptures is that you can get the Hermitage Wonder, which automatically themes everything built in it or put in it. And if you theme sculptures through the Hermitage, it will double these yields. So you'll get +4 food, +4 prod, +8 gold, and +8 faith from each sculpture if you manage to theme them, which is quite nice. The same is true with artifacts, but they can't be themed by Hermitage. You have to theme them the old-fashioned way. Mbanza's pretty good unique district. Unlocked earlier in the neighborhood, cheaper to build. Excuse me. Always gives +5 housing and +2 food and +4 gold. Pretty nice. Overall, this is pretty solid civ. The extra great person points are not to be slept on. They're very relevant. The free relic when you finish your first Gov Plaza building is a lot of tempo, right? You rush out like either an ancestral hall or an audience chamber, and you just get a ton of free stats in your capital. All that being said, I am going to put it probably low A tier. Pretty good civ, honestly. Easy to overlook how good that is. It's very easy to get very big stats on it just because of the sheer number of like great merchants, great artists, and great writers and all that you're able to recruit compared to other civs. The extra great person points are cracked. Next up is Nader Shah. This is the other Persian leader. Here we go. It's kind of just Cyrus, but instead of giving culture on trade routes, you get science. Has most of the things that makes Persia really good: free trade art capacity, political philosophy. Generically good combat bonus, +5 combat strength when attacking defensible districts and full wealth units. That's solid. This unique building is pretty solid. Unique tile improvement, I mean. You can get good value out of it early. The +1 housing is good. You can easily get this to +4 culture just by putting it adjacent to a city center and a campus and then researching diplomatic service. That's already +4 culture on the tile itself. You're never missing your golden age because you get this era score here. I think this is worse than Cyrus. I just prefer the culture. It's better early than the sciences, and later in the game, it's really easy to balance your stats with Cyrus. You get like really high culture and really good science, whereas with Nader Shah, it's actually really hard to get good culture on the Civ. This leader struggles a lot with getting decent culture. The unique talent improvement helps a bit, but if you're running internals, other people probably aren't sending trade routes to you. You can't use a culture alliance. It's kind of rough. But still generically good. Good combat bonus. Trade route capacity is good. Extra gold and science on internal trade routes is good. Good unique tile improvement. I'll put it in A. I prefer Cyrus over this guy. Largely just because the culture is so much better in the science, especially early on. But even into the later stages of the game, it helps you balance your stats a lot easier. Next up is Mbande, reworked by BBG. Now instead of getting extra yields on cities settled on the same continent as their capital, plus 10% gold and culture in cities with a Mbanza. Reminder, this is the unique neighborhood of the Congo. It's available much earlier in the game. It's like medieval fairs or something, or guilds. It's guilds. Guilds is when you unlock this, which is in the medieval era of the civic tree, pretty early. And then this is important. Mbanza provides +2 adjacency to commercial hubs and theater squares. That is gigantic. That is a lot. You can build multiple Mbanzas per city if you want to, although you usually shouldn't. If you build too many of them, you run out of good workable tiles. You get way too much population from all the food and housing, and then your amenities drops. But 1 per city is good. Just go 1 Mbanza per city. Position them properly, and you get like +7, +8 commercial hubs everywhere. All of your commercial hubs are like +8. All of your theater squares are like +4 or better pretty easily. And then you take free inquiry as your golden age dedication. You gain science equal to your commercial hub adjacency. You saw it in the policy card for double commercial hub adjacency. Somehow in like turn 55, you're getting 100 science per turn instantly from free inquiry. It's obscene. You can get such high commercial hub adjacencies so trivially by planning your Mbanzas properly. So this civ gets like massive stat bloat where it just has gigantic science and gigantic culture just because of all of this adjacency, and then you get the 10% culture on top of that in every city. Still has all of these powerful Congo bonuses on sculptures, artifacts, receive 50% more great writer, artist, musician, and merchant points. Everything I said about Movember being able to abuse God of War and Plunder to get like a bajillion great merchant points early, that applies here as well. Honestly, I feel like this civ is like one of the best civs in the entire game on free sim. Like the ability to put up gigantic amounts of science and culture very, very easily is like unbelievable. You also get a lot of gold because you're getting 10% extra gold in all cities, and you're getting the Mobanzas for +4 gold each, and you're getting more great merchants than other civs. So you probably get like 1 or 2 extra trade route capacity merchants because of these points. It you end up being gigantic. The main thing is that it's easy to mess up when planning your Mobanzas and forget to plan like good industrial zones. But I think this is it's kind of like up there with Ludwig in terms of being a civ that's like almost impossible to out sim. Um, it's just obscenely easy to get really high science and culture on this civ. And then you just need to remember to leave room for your industrial zone setup so you have decent production as well, and you're like golden. Yeah, the only weakness of Mbande, and it is a real weakness, none of these bonuses kick in early. These bonuses all pretty much kick in, starting with like the Guild Civic with Mabanzas, and then with Free Inquiry. Before that, you're playing a 0 bonus civ, so it's like no tempo. Also, civilian units ignore rainforest and woods movement penalty. Like your settlers get to the tiles they're moving to faster. Your builders can improve your tiles faster because they don't have to pay this movement cost. It's kind of insane that this is even on the civ. It's just like such an like the cherry on top of all the other bonuses. Yeah, I definitely think it's an S. It's like crazy, crazy good. It's not as popular as I would expect for how good it is. There are a couple of other top players in CPL who highly prioritize Mbande, but like outside of them, I see so many people who never pick it, and I feel like they're doing themselves a disservice by sitting out this obscene civ. All right, next up, Inca. Uh, let me see here, Pachacuti. Inca has a big problem here. It gets way, way too much food and housing for free, and no bonuses to amenities, and not that high bonuses to production either. Mountain tiles being workable is like fine. You have to put a lot of terrace farms around them in order to get them to the point where they're actually where you want to work them. But then you put a ton of terrace farms, or cities get to their population gets too high. You struggle to maintain high amenities. You lose the bonus yields you get from having +5 amenities in every city just because your population is too high. You can get a lot of tempo early with a big terrace farm though. Like you put down a terrace, you open a builder in your capital, you put down a terrace farm that turns a tile into like a 5-2. It's like incredible. But you're kind of relying on getting like a lot of good wonders and whatnot off of that tempo. With the Civ, I pretty much always like to rush Coliseum. You can get your capital to 7 population very quickly and then place down an entertainment complex on like turn 33 or something and just start gunning Coliseum. You have decent odds of getting it just because your capital is going to be way higher population than other Civs from terrace farms. But if you don't get it, if you don't get Coliseum, like have fun struggling to settle like 8 cities and keep them all happy. Because literally all your civ bonuses are just like an obscene amount of food, like so much food and housing, and that is it. Like, come on, they need more than this really to keep up with other civs. Like, I always compare this to Kree. Kree is kind of just like the better version of it because Kree gets like extra tile maker, he gets like extra trade route capacity, so that's like some extra production early. On top of that, their Makawops or whatever can give like decent production. Um, they get extra yields, like free share of. They have a lot basically. Everything that Pachacuti wants. If you give Pachacuti that extra trade route capacity that Kree gets at pottery. Just that one extra trade route capacity. Where is Patricuti? P. There we go. This would be like an A tier civ. But without that, honestly, I am going to dump it in C. Some people say go even lower, but I don't think he's that bad. I have heard some people who like really hate the civ. You can get good tempo out of the terrace farms and compete for the early wonders. And if you get them, then you can have a good game from there. If you miss them, good luck. Next civ on the list here is going to be Brazil. Pedro. Pedro is very, very similar to Mbande. Right? You get a lot of extra commercial hub adjacency, a lot of extra theater square adjacency. You go commercial hubs into theater squares. You get extra bonuses towards generating great people. One is that you get refunded 20% of the great person point cost whenever you recruit a great person. The second is the street carnival. This is a very, very good district. In PvG, the main thing that makes it good is that it doesn't cost a district population slot. That's the main thing they did. The fact that it does not cost a population slot. You can build this in every city without having to sacrifice a district slot. And it is half the cost of an entertainment complex. And provides +2 amenities. It's like pretty good. You generally want a street carnival in almost every city. You position them so that you get good theater square adjacencies, because these do give +2 adjacency to theater squares, just like an ordinary entertainment complex. So you can easily get like a ton of like +5, +6 theater squares between street carnivals and rainforest tiles. So one thing, unimproved rainforest tiles give +1 production at construction. That's gigantic. That means that at the construction technology, which are generally rushing after you first go currency for your commercial hubs, then you rush construction. All of your like 2-2 rainforest hills become 2-3. You build Chichen Itza and BBG. Chichen Itza's been reworked. It gives +1 prod and +1 culture on all rainforest tiles in your empire. Suddenly all those are like 2-4-1 tiles, like 2 food, 4 production, 1 culture. It's like really, really good how big you get. One last thing about this. Big free inquiry from commercial hubs, all that stuff. And then the Street Carnival's unique project. When it says that it provides a variety of great person points when completed, I need to tell you exactly what this is. It gives you 100% of the value out of a theater square project, right? When you run this, you get exactly as many great writer, artist, and musician points as you get for running a theater square project that costs the same amount. And on top of that, you get 50% of the value of a commercial project and 50% of the value of an industrial zone project. So in total, it's like running a full theater square project, half an industrial zone, half a commercial project, all at the cost of just one project. It's very, very good. Especially with this, refunding 20% the great person points of any great person you recruit. You can just spam this and recruit all of the great writers and artists early. Like, just get a ton of great writers early, because this does give you the full value of a theater square project. And then on top of that, you just get like a free great merchant, a free great engineer, right? You run like this project 5 times, like congrats, you got a great engineer, a great merchant, and like 4 writers or something. It's like insane. So yeah, Minas Gerais also overpowered unit, like obscene. It's unlocked at nationalism, and it's stronger than a battleship. The thing is, battleships require coal, but are unlocked down at refining, which is on the opposite side of the tech tree. Brazil can just rush industrialization to unlock coal, and then immediately start building their unique battleship, which is in the civics tree at nationalism. Brazil is getting their unique battleship, which is stronger than a regular battleship, like a full 10 to 15 turns earlier than anybody else is getting battleships. These are untouchable. This unit is unstoppable. Is a free kill if you manage to push somebody at this. The only problem is that you have no coastal spawn bias, and most games you just don't get the opportunity to use it. Like, you pick Brazil, there's an 80% chance you don't have anywhere where you can settle a good coastal city, and you have no target to use this with. But when you can use it, it's like a meme how good it is. Brazil, I think I think it's an S tier civ. You're always getting very, very fast fascism. Like, it's easy to get to 300 culture by like turn 70. And on top of that, your science is always really good. Like, I spoke earlier about Mbande having really good free inquiry because you get that extra commercial hub adjacency. Brazil easily gets like +6, +7 commercial hubs just by putting them next to the city center on a river next to multiple rainforest tiles. And these massive commercial hubs, once you have free inquiry for the science from commercial hub adjacency, just carry you through the entire mid game with their science yield. Right? It's literally like 100 science per turn on like turn 60 just from commercial hub adjacency, free inquiry, and the policy card to double com hub adjacency. Okay. Next one up, Pericles. Now, this might be my hottest take on this entire list. Pericles is like the most underrated civ in CPL right now by the average player. Community rankings place Pericles quite low pretty often, and I feel like people just massively sleep on how good these bonuses are. For one, that is a lot of culture. Plus 5% culture, and now plus 5% tourism per city-state you're suzerain of. This culture, like, you can easily seize like 3 or 4 city-states because of all the free envoys you get from amphitheaters. And then you're just swimming in a ton of free culture. One thing that's nice, city-state control is really, really good bonus to have in free-for-all games. Because if you have a city-state control bonus, other players are more hesitant to contest your city-states. And because of this, like, the effect of this bonus has, like, outsized compared to what you'd expect, right? Where it's like, in theory, you get enough envoys that you could control, like, maybe one extra city-state. But because people are so scared to contest your city-states because they know you have so many envoys, you actually get more like 2 or 3, right? Because people aren't even competing with you for these city-states because they see that you take control of it early and they're like, oh, I guess Pericles is just going to lock this down. If I just spend my envoys on it, he'll just beat me back and I'll have wasted them. So people just let you reign over like a ton of city-states. It's very easy to get huge tempo just from controlling some of the better ones in the game. Extra wildcard policy slot in any government, very good. Early game, you get to run the +1 production on all cities card and the plus 50% production towards settlers card at the same time, even before getting to your first government. Hoplites or whatever. Acropolis, again, I said this with Gorgo. I like to go for a commercial hub opener on Greece and then go into Acropolises later. Just go a ton of Acropolises, the second district in every city, so that you still get the growth and production from the internal trade routes that you get from the commercial hubs. You get like crazy, crazy high culture. This civ can put up bigger culture numbers than any other civ in the game, right? There's like Pericles that get to like 1,000 culture per turn by turn 80 in extremely high roll cases where you have like Anton and Arivo and a ton of purple city states. You don't have to play this into a culture victory, and I feel like that's one of the big things people do wrong. They only play this into a culture victory. You can totally just play this into like a domination game plan, the same as Gorgo, and you just get to fascism like even earlier than Gorgo because of all the extra culture. So you get to fascism like turn 70. Everybody else is like literally a full 20 turns away. They don't even have the ability to form armies for like another 10 turns, right? And you have armies, you have +5 combat strength on all units from fascism, you have plus 50% production towards all units from fascism, and you just kind of run people over. And that's how I snowball in the civ generally. Uh, Always go free inquiry. You set up your Acropolises next to your commercial hubs because Acropolis give +1 culture for each adjacent district, and then having more districts next to your commercial hubs gives them slightly higher adjacency, so the commercial hubs give you more value from free inquiry as your second Golden Age dedication. First, you're going pen, brush, and voice, and then in the medieval era, you switch to free inquiry. I think Pericles. I am undefeated on Pericles in CPL. I think I've played it like 8 times and I have 7 first places and 1 second place. I think it's like an obscene civ. I'm gonna put it in S. I'm probably the only strong player in CPL who would put it in S. I feel like this is the one that would get the most pushback from other players. I've seen other people rate it in B and like C, and it's like, bro, like I don't know. I don't know what they don't see, but it's just like the timing window to stop Pericles from running over the game, which is like fascism because he gets so much culture, is so small. The extra wildcard policy slot, it's a lot of tempo. And city state control is really good. Like you usually have one or two good city states. Guaranteed, right? Maybe it's Muscat, maybe it's Johannesburg, maybe it's Antananarivo. There's gonna be something out there, at least one good city state that you can just control and nobody can like fight you over it. And that's just a good simming bonus. Um but maybe I've just gotten lucky every time I played them. I don't know. Uh Next one on the list, Peter, Russia. Um the Civ, another Civ that's been gutted by BBG. Gutted, I say. It's still a good Civ. It's still one of the better Civs even. Um no longer gets +1 faith on all Tundra tiles. Instead, it just gives +1 faith to your Civ at the start of the game. So you still get an early Pantheon, but you don't get the obscene amount of faith from all of the Tundra tiles. Work ethic has been reworked in BBG. You can no longer abuse work ethic to get gigantic amounts of production. Now it gives plus like extra production from shrines and temples, which on the Civ, you pretty much always go feed the world now because you need the food to grow your cities in the tundra. The tundra has very low food, so feed the world's good. Um, Lavras are very good. They're half cost compared to holy sites. They're the cheapest district in the entire game. You can build them with only holy sites unlocked. Because districts become more expensive the more techs and civics you've completed. The fact that you can build this with only one tech completed, and it costs half as much as a holy site, like this is nothing. Like you're putting this down for like 13 production on online speed. Literally like building it in 1 to 2 turns in your early cities. The extra great writer and artist points are very, very good. The great writer points with a temple, you rush theology, get the temples very quickly. That helps a lot with growth as well because feed the world, you're getting food from your temples. Um, was it a lot of people like to run this civ right now with it's the Pantheon Earth Goddess, which gives +1 faith on all tiles that are charming or better in BBG. So it's kind of like base game Russia at that point, where you're now getting back the +1 faith on all of the tiles you're working, because the Tundra tends to have very high appeal tiles compared to the rest of the map. There's no rainforest or floodplains to reduce the appeal. Um, yeah, it's honestly a pretty decent civ. You get so much tempo from the half cost holy sites. Extra territory upon founding cities is not to be scoffed at. It helps a lot, actually, because religious civs tend to have way less gold than other civs, so they struggle to buy the tiles they need. On Russia, that's not an issue, right? You get extra territory, so the low gold income doesn't hurt you as badly as other civs. You go full holy site opener, you're fine because of the extra territory. Lots of free culture from all the great people that you get from the Labra. I will put it at A. It's also nice in one thing that's really nice in FFA is this Civ gets really bloated score for some reason. Um, if you're just looking at the score stat to determine what people place at the end of the game, Russia is always going to be overrated because they get a ton of extra territory and like their religion and all of the great people they recruit. All of that gives points. Everything about Russia's build game plan just gives way more score than everybody else gets, basically for doing nothing. Even if you're not like relevant for first place, you're often first by score anyway. So it's good for farming elo points. In that respect. But yeah, fairly decent civ. I see people win culture victories pretty quick on it pretty often as well. It can be very threatening in that respect. Also, people tend not to war you when you pick Russia because your land sucks for them, right? It's all tundra. Nobody wants to conquer Russia and then be left with a ton of useless tundra afterwards. All right. Next one is Philip of Spain. Here, it's been nerfed a bit by BBG compared to the base game. Missions kind of suck now. They were like insanely spammable and overpowered at one point, but now they've been nerfed so much that it's kind of like whatever. Extra yields on all of trade routes is very, very good. Especially if you have like a continent split. Getting these yields doubled is just obscene tempo. You can get a very, very fast game if you have a continent split, so you can send these trade routes internationally across it. If you do this, you're usually sending it to a city-state because that's being international. You no longer triple these yields on domestic trade routes. So you use the Governor Amani, who you can assign to a city-state in BBG for +2 food, +2 production to any trade route you send to a city-state. Triple these yields across the continent. It's insane. In teamers, the Civ is often used as a counterpick against religious Civs because you get that combat strength against players following other religions, and it's obscene on the coast. Being able to form fleets and armadas way, way earlier than other Civs. Like, you get armadas before other Civs get fleets. Like, mercantilism is prior to nationalism. You literally have armadas that's plus 17 combat strength before other Civs have fleets, and you can train them directly with shipyards. Utterly absurd naval warmonger. One of the best civs in the entire game at fighting on the coast. Problem is that in FFA, fighting on the coast usually isn't that good. Lots of generically good bonuses. Conquistadors are actually pretty good, pretty decent. They're one of the earliest timings that can actually work in an FFA. Renaissance era pushes are pretty much the earliest you can possibly go without like really being a rel. Overall, I don't play much Spain. I know it's very popular among others, among top players. I'll put it B, honestly. Fuck it. B. I'm it's so good in teamers where these naval war bonuses are absurd, but this is a free-for-all tier list. And in free-for-all, these naval war bonuses tend not to matter that much. So B tier. Because the rest of the simming bonuses are actually quite decent. It's still fine, even without using the Armada fleet bonuses. Like, it doesn't need them to be a good civ. It's still fine. Poundmaker. Poundmaker is one of those civs that I recommend to beginners all the time. BBG runs very conventional commercial hub opener. One of the nice things is that you have a unique ancient era scout. You get a ton of free era score both from producing the scout itself, because it's a unique unit, and then it covers way more ground than regular scouts because of the free promotion. So you're never struggling to hit your golden age. That's nice. Mecha Wops are pretty good. They give housing. You can get some extra production just by putting them good spots. Civil service, civic. They're already 2 housing each at civil service. Civil service isn't that late in the game, right? That's pretty early. That's like turn 47, 48, oftentimes. Maybe like turn 50, late civil service. So that is quite nice. That just get 2 housing on a tile improvement, like a full granary for 1 build charge, and it's a workable tile. That's +2 production. That's quite workable if you put it on a hill, and you can get extra food from adjacent bonus resources. So like, it's pretty easy to position this where it's +1 food, +2 production, and +2 housing. Very good tile improvement. Claiming free tiles when a trader moves through them is actually pretty good. That's a lot of free tiles early. Don't sleep on that. It matters. If you remove this bonus, it would be very meaningful. Trade route capacity with the pottery technology. That's free trade route capacity super early. The only civ in the game that gets earlier trade route capacity for free than this is Portugal, who gets one at the start of the ancient era. Very, very good for jump starting your early cities. Just because your first 2 cities can immediately send a trade route to the capital. And then you get extra food for each camp and pasture at the destination. Oftentimes, you're setting your trade route destination to be your second city rather than your capital, just because you can more easily get camps and pastures there. But if you're lucky, you get a capital that just has a ton of camps and pastures, and you can send your trade routes there, which is better because then you build the Gov Plaza and wherever you're sending your trade routes to, because the Gov Plaza gives extra yields and trade routes sent to the city. And being able to put that in your capital is just nice because it lets you get the buildings in it faster. And the Gov Plaza's buildings are always something you want to rush on every civ. Being forced to put the Gov Plaza in your second city because that's where you're sending your trade routes is kind of a bummer sometimes. One nice thing, the meta thing of an FFA, all alliance types provide shared visibility, is so good. People really want to be your friend if you're playing Kree in free for all. Another reason I like recommending this to beginners, and also the fact that you pretty much never miss, like you never miss a city state on this leader, right? You get 2 allies, you get to see everything they've seen. You're gonna meet every city state in the world pretty easily. This civ is the perfect one to pick if you're scared of like ever having that pocket blue CS in the corner of the tundra that you never meet and like you just have way lower stats than everybody. Never happens on Kree. You're gonna meet all the city states when you have the vision of 3 whole players. So yeah, very generic. At one point, the science victory record in CPL was held by a player playing Kree. This is not a weak civ. This is actually very, very good because the bonuses kick in like immediately, so early into the game. Yeah, quite good. Overall, I am going to put this in A tier. It's like a low A to me. It's rarely the civ to take over a game, but it's like it's kind of up there with like Babylon, where it's like such a consistent civ with a lot of early tempo. And it's just like, yeah, it's very safe pick, like easy to keep up with other civs on free sim when playing it, and in the metagaming sense, if you're in a lobby with like a free for all lobby, it's like 3 strong players and like 7 weak players or whatever. Being Kree just lets you befriend the strong players because they want the shared vision. Like you can ally with them and send your trade routes between them. And then you have less threats to worry about. So like it's kind of metagamey there, but yeah, identifying and allying the strong players is very easy on Kree because they want the vision too. Now next one on the list, Qin Mandate-of-Heaven. Honestly, I don't know how good the Civ is right now. It is historically there have been times when the Civ is obscenely broken. During the 5.9 beta for VBG, there was a version of the Civ which was comically overpowered, which was just builders could spend charges to complete 20% of the wonder production cost. And it was just way too much. There was a very, very old version of BBG where you got +1 food, production, science, culture, gold, and faith. For every natural wonder. Every natural wonder provided those yields, and it was overpowered as hell back then too. Right now, it's only +1 food for each wonder built in a city. Pretty good civ, honestly. The build order for this, I have a spotlight on it on my channel already. The video is called like how pro players use Stonehenge to win in multiplayer civ or something. Rush Stonehenge, take the religious belief, where it's like +6 faith in every city of the, or +6 faith on every world wonder, and then an additional +2 faith, +2 gold, +2 culture, and +2 science in every city with at least 1 world wonder. And you build a wonder in your first 3 cities using the civ bonuses, and you're just huge. Part of this just relies on like snatching a lot of the best wonders. If you can settle a pyramid city, any city that can put pyramids down, doesn't matter how shit the city is. If the city is even like remotely good, like just a couple of workable 2/2s, you settle that immediately. You rush pyramids. You already receive an additional charge on all builders. So with the pyramids, you're getting an additional 2 charges on all builders, which is insane. It is obscene. And that means that your builders are basically finishing your wonders almost outright. An important thing, 15% of the wonder production cost. All bonus production you have towards wonders from any effect applies to this. So if you have Monument to the Gods, which is the Pantheon, plus 20% production towards wonders, you get plus 20% on this 15%, right? If you have the Autocracy Government, which gives plus 10% production towards wonders, you get that plus 10% towards this. So this would be an additional plus 1.5% of the wonder, right? You can stack multiple wonder prod effects, and all of them apply to the build charges that you spend. if you get like a good spawn where you have like Stonehenge first city, Temple of Artemis second city, Pyramids third city, this civ can run away with the game. Uh, Other games like you don't have good spots for all those for the best wonders like Temple of Artemis or Pyramids. Like you can't build them, you just don't have the land for it. You're forced to settle for like Hanging Gardens, Oracle, that sort of stuff. You use Oracle to snag a ton of the great writers and whatnot. That's still fine. It's still a decent civ, even if you're forced to resort to some of the less high priority wonders, I guess. Even like you can go like Etemonanke City. It's really good. Point is, very good civ. You always go monumentality because you get all that faith from that Stonehenge religion. Like you always lean into Stonehenge and the bonus faith yields on wonders. And then you use monumentality to faith buy all your builders. I'm gonna put this in A tier. Pretty solid civ. Can easily run away with the game with a proper god spawn. If you like hit everything you need, like good Pyramids City, good Temple of Artemis City. Also, go Colosseum on the civ. Why would you not go Colosseum? You can build the Colosseum with like build charges. Also, the +1 build charge on all builders is a very good simming bonus. Even if you ignored everything else here, this is one of the better bonuses any leader has. Builders receive an additional charge. And then because you're China, you get extra progress on Eureka's and Inspirations, and you get free Eureka's and Inspirations whenever you complete a wonder. All this very good bonuses. Ramses. Ramses, I often play at the exact same build orders. Qin Mandate-of-Heaven. Like the same Stonehenge thing. I have a video of it on my channel. I think Ramses tends to be underrated. Very unpopular leader. I think probably in the bottom 5 of popularity for leaders in free-for-all. Part of the reason is that he's not as exciting as the other Egypts, I guess. But yeah, you get extra culture when completing wonders. You get bonus production towards wonders. You have sphinxes, which give extra yields when placed next to wonders. Generally, the ideal game for Ramses, you go Etemonanke in your capital because you have a floodplain spawn bias. You get like a giant Etemonanke city to start off the game with like Lady of the Reeds and Marshes. Massive yields on all of the floodplain tiles in your capital. Your second city goes like Stonehenge, founds the Wonder Spam religion. Third city can go like Hanging Gardens or something. You take Monumentality. You have like a ton of faith, really good culture from finishing all these wonders and whatnot. Pretty nice. One of the nice things about Ramses is you get so much culture when completing your first wonder, like the Etemonanke, that it basically pushes you all the way to political philosophy almost immediately when you finish it. I like to go holy site early in my capital so that it automatically converts when you found your religion. Because when you found a religion in Civ 6, it automatically converts every city that has either a Stonehenge or a holy site in it into your religion. Every other city has to be converted manually. So to get that automatic conversion in cap, you go like a holy site in your capital, then you go Stonehenge in your second city. They'll both automatically convert. You get the extra yields on wonders in both cities right away. Very important. It also gives you a state workforce boost, which otherwise you might not get if you don't go holy sites. Um, yeah, and then you get to political philosophy before turn 30, like every single game, because you get so much culture in finishing Etemonanke. It's like 50 culture or something, because it's like 200 prod wonder or something. Um, so good. But problem is, sometimes you're contested on the early wonders. You're not always guaranteed to get them. You aren't as fast to them as somebody like in Mandate-of-Heaven is. Like you would never pick the Civ in the same lobby as that leader. God forbid. You would like miss every wonder. Um Ultimately, I think it tends to be underrated by other players, but I still don't think it's super good. I'm going to put it in B tier. I've often seen other players rate it like C tier. I don't think it's that bad. I think it's like about as good as the other Egypt. You just play it into this wonder spam build order, and it's actually fine. Also later in the game, this 25% culture when completing wonders can end up being like gigantic. Like I had a game on this leader that's on my channel right now, where I finished like Potala Palace, Mont St. Michael, and some other wonder like Taj Mahal. I finished them all within like one turn of each other and instantly gained like 700 culture. And I just one turned multiple industrial era civics one after another because I had so much culture overflow. Like it is a lot of culture. You get to your tier 3 governments very quickly on the Civ, even when the listed culture is not very high. Next up, Scotland. Scotland is a very decent Civ overall. One of the things that's nice about it in BBG that they did, golf courses are unlocked way earlier. Games and recreation. That is what Scotland needed. In the base game, Scotland sucks ass, and it's because you unlock the golf course way too late. In the base game, the golf course is unlocked at, I think, Reformed Church, which is like, oh my god, it's so late, and it's a civic that you would otherwise skip because it's a leaf civic that gives you nothing else you want. So the fact that it's at Reformed Church is kind of a nightmare. It should be at least at Diplomatic Service or something. I have no idea what the developers at Firaxis were thinking, putting this at Reformed Church. But yeah, BBG moves it way earlier to games and recreation, and suddenly it's a fantastic civ. Now the reason for this is you can just build one of these in every city, and then it's +1 amenity. You don't even need to work the tile, but it can be worth working. You build it adjacent to the city center. It's 2 culture, 3 gold. Put it on a hill. That's honestly not a bad tile to work. +1 amenity is very good. An additional +1 amenity at guilds, which is very good. So now you're getting basically +2 amenity in every city just for having built a golf course. What this means is that it's very easy to get your cities to happy and ecstatic. And you can do this pretty early because these comes like games and rec. So it's basically like ecstatic is +5 amenities. You're just getting +10% science, +10% production in every city. And you're also getting +2 great scientist points and +2 great engineer points in every city with a campus and industrial zone once they're ecstatic. The great scientist and great engineer control from Scotland is very easy to overlook, but it's there. Like, Scotland gets way more passive great scientists and engineer points than other civs. It's very easy because, like, think about it this way. You have 2 cities that are ecstatic early on, and they both have campuses, right? Let's say you built 2 discounted campuses by turn 40. Both the cities are ecstatic because you just have a ton of luxury resources. That's +6 great scientist points per turn. Other civs would be getting +2, but you're getting the +2 they'd normally get from the campuses, but then an additional +2 in each city because they're both ecstatic. So you're getting +6 total. Like, you get way more scientist and engineer points passively. There was a time when this civ was widely considered the best civ in the game. He has had his moment in the BBG spotlight, and that was a previous version where the only difference is that this bonus, instead of being recon units receive 50% extra combat experience, it was all Scottish units that start their turn on a hill receive +1 movement. That's civilian units, that was combat units. Yeah, it's just that. And just that and everything else the same. This civ was like literally being picked or banned in every single game and was widely considered the best civ in the game. Since then, it's been nerfed. To be fair, that was insane. +1 movement on all units to start their turn on the hill. Your recon units flew across the map. Your settlers and builders built everything quicker. It was crazy. But yeah. Oh, Highlanders are way better in BBG. I need to point this out. Highlanders are not a nothing unit in BBG. They've been buffed a fair amount. I think they're now 65 melee strength and 70 range strength. And they get +5 to both when fighting in hills or forests, right? So you put one on a hill, right? You unlock these at rifling. 70 melee strength and 75 range strength on a hill. Like, cuirassiers and cavalry, the industrial era units, can't do anything to these. They lose to this in melee, and then this hits back with a ranged attack that just is like +10 on them. The only problem with the Highlander is how quickly tanks come to kind of make it irrelevant. the timing window on Highlander is very slim, but basically unstoppable, is the thing, right? But once you have rifling, you're 3 technologies away from tanks, and that's what makes this unit hard to use. Because nothing before tanks stand any chance against Highlanders, but then once you have tanks, suddenly Highlanders are already pretty obsolete. Um, yeah, but it is a relevant unit. Like, you shouldn't ignore this. Uh, Ultimately, I'm going to give Scotland A tier. The extra production. Let me see. Where do I put this? Like here-ish, I guess. Extra production and science in every city that's ecstatic is pretty good. One of the nice things in BBG, it's kind of counterintuitively can be a civ that you play very, very wide. Um, you might think like, oh, extra yields in cities that are happy. You might want to go tall so it's easier to maintain high amenities. But because you can build golf courses, which give +2 amenities to the cities they're built in, like, you can maintain +5 amenities on more cities than normal, so you can often play the civ very wide and still hit ecstatic breakpoints just because golf courses give so many free amenities. Okay, next civ on the list would be Saladin Vizier. Okay, so Arabia. The worship building for any religion can be purchased by any player for just 1/10 of the usual faith cost. It adds 20% to the science, faith, and culture to the city's output. It's a really, really good bonus. Very, very strong. This means that a worship building that will cost like 200 faith costs 20, and then it gives like an insane amount of extra stats. You're going a holy site in every city, and you're buying a worship building in all of them like ASAP. One of the things that allows this bonus to be so powerful is that the rest of the bonuses kind of aren't. Bonuses towards going a holy site campus opener. Full holy site into campus opener is like so easy to go negative gold per turn. It's like insane. Most holy site civs want to throw down like an early commercial hub or harbor after they get their early holy sites just to keep their gold afloat. But on this civ, like, you often want to go like 3 holy sites into 2 campuses in a government plaza, and then suddenly your gold per turn is like literally going negative. That's why the civ often goes tithe as its religious belief, which gives extra gold for every city following the religion. Because with that, you never go negative gold per turn. Unique building, a unique university that is unlocked way, way earlier. This is unlocked at theology, and it's cheaper than a university. You can get very, very high science early on by building these. But in free-for-all, it's probably still not worth it to build the madrasas early. It's very, very good in teamers and in duels, where getting that science lead early allows you to just get to, like, earlier war timings and just hit people in the medieval and Renaissance era with more advanced units than they have. But in free-for-all, by spending so much production to get a madrasa early when all it gives you is like some science and faith, it's like not worth building super early. You still eventually always build these in every city, but just not as soon as you unlock them, really. Um, Campuses and holy sites receive a standard adjacency bonus from another. This is the reason you go campus and holy site opener. You stack them together, you get very high adjacency campuses and holy sites. Mamluks are one of the better unique units in the game. Very, very strong unique unit. The only problem is knights are a little too early for free-for-all. Attacking somebody with knights, it can work, but you will miss a lot of the best great people and wonders by going for a medieval era war timing. You might fall a bit behind, and it's hard to get first place, even if you mop somebody up. But Mamluks, make no mistake, these are 53 combat strength knight replacements that heal at the end of every turn. They are insanely good. You can get the Great Scientist that grants extra healing to all units adjacent to it. And it just combos obscenely well with the Mamluk. You just move that Great Scientist with the Mamluks, and it just heals a ton. Overall, this is definitely the better of the Arabias. It's really good in a meta where it's like 0 blue city-states as a host rule or whatever, because this civ can get really decent science even in lobbies where there aren't any scientific city-states, and then you just go like Penbrush and Voice twice in a row to get really decent culture on top of that. Overall, Might be one of the best religious civs for free sim. I'm gonna put it in A. Um, Generally the win condition on it is just get like very high stats like science and culture, and then you kill somebody with a ton of faith bot units in like the industrial or modern era. You get Grandmaster Chapel, you have much higher faith than most civs. Spam units, kill somebody, and you can go for second or first place from there, depending on how your game looks afterwards. Now we have Sejong. Uh, Let me see here. Sejong. Uh, they did so much to rework Korea in the most recent BBG patch. They try to differentiate the two Korean leaders. Let me see here. It's like, okay, first off, when you complete your first technology from a new era, receive your science per turn as culture. Very, very good bonus. It used to be double your science per turn as culture, and that was considered one of the best civs in the game. And then they cut it, so it's only equal to just your science per turn as culture. One of the reasons this is so good is that you can what is it? You just go all in on getting as high science as possible and kind of neglect culture, and you don't really fall behind in civics anyway. So the crazy thing is, reaching a new era starts going really fast in the later stage of the game. Like you hit the modern era on like turn like let's say like 78 or 79, you get up your research labs, right? You get like 300 culture because you had like maybe 300 science per turn when you hit the modern era. You put up your research labs, then you literally in the next 10 turns, you're going to hit the atomic era and then the information era, like back to back, maybe in like 7 or 8 turns, like not long at all. And you're gonna have over 600 science per turn for during each of those because you'll have research labs up. So you're suddenly getting like an influx of like 1,200 culture, and even though your culture per turn is like way lower than other civs, potentially, you would still make very, very quick progress in the civics tree, and you could get like a tier 3 government on like turn 90 or something, even with only like 120 culture per turn, like way lower culture than you would expect to need to get to a tier 3 government. And it's just because this bonus is a lot better than it looks. Um, Now was it? You have the Siawan, the unique campus. It costs half as much as a regular campus. The Korean opener in BBG is generally you get like 3 Siawans and then you discount commercial hubs. District discounting is this whole complicated thing, but because the Siawans are so cheap, it's worth getting them just because they're easy to place them down. You choose Pen, Brush, and Voice as your first Golden Age dedication, which gives you +2 culture per every specialty district you have finished. Now, bear in mind, these are literally like 10 production cheaper than a monument. Like, you can get these for like 20 production each, and a monument's like 30. And then you think about the fact that with Pen, Brush, and Voice, they're each giving 2 culture, right? Like, they're literally just worth building just for that. And then you discount the commercial hubs afterwards. The recent rework to the Civ, C1s and theater squares receive major adjacency from each other. They give +2 adjacency to each other each. Um, Yeah, you just stack them together, C1s and theater squares, get massive amounts of science and culture. The only problem with this is if you go straight campuses into theater squares with no commercial hubs, anything else, it just goes too strongly against the standard principles of a proper multiplayer Civ 6 opener, where you get very high science, very high culture, and like no production or gold to back it up. And because the cost of constructing new districts scales with the number of technologies and civics you have completed, and because your production gold is so low, you end up not getting your cities out early as you'd like, and then their districts are too expensive when you start placing them, and then you just don't scale well. So you can't all in on a theater square campus opener. It just doesn't work. You can go campus into discount commercial hubs, and then you start adding the theater squares into your cities afterwards, right? A couple of theater squares early, positioned in key locations where they give a ton of adjacency to your campuses. Very, very good. Overall, this is honestly a pretty decent Civ, I think. I've never played much Korea. I know that other players value this fairly highly, but it's one of those things where it's like I don't have much experience with it. I mean, what can you do? The games take 5 hours each, and there's like 83 leaders. Of course, we're going to run into a leader eventually that I haven't played much of. Um, I'll put it in B. Pretty decent Civ, I guess. Um, I rarely ever see it running over games. It has the problem of the bonuses to get such high science and culture kind of requires the full 2 district slots per city if you want to get the really high stats, and that's kind of a big ask. There are a lot of other civs that can get really high culture and science without sacrificing 2 district slots and just stat sticks. Let me compare this to Mbande, right? Mbanzas provide +2 adjacency to commercial hubs and theater squares. Now you're only sacrificing like 1 district slot on the theater squares themselves for the stat sticks, whereas commercial hubs are what you want anyway. They give a ton of gold, production, food from the internal trade routes. So, right, you get a normal commercial hub opener and then you go theater squares. You're only really sacrificing 1 district slot per city for the theater squares. Then you take free inquiry, you have massive science and culture. With Sejong, you're sacrificing 2 district slots to just stat stick districts, right? Neither the campus nor the theater square are economic districts, and you need economic districts. Like, you need them badly to get online in multiplayer save. Like, it's just the meta. You don't scale without them. Okay, next up is Seondeok. The other Korean leader, again, the recent patch was designed to differentiate them from each other. This is now like designed to be a super tall civ. It is based around building very few cities that are very tall, like 7 to 8 cities tops. +1 amenity for cities with a governor, +30% yields to Siawan buildings for each governor promotion in the city. So any building you make in your campus gives +30% of that yield for each governor promotion in the city. Including the first one, I think. So say you have a governor that you put the governor in a city, that's 30%. Then you promote it like 3 more times, that's like 120% total. It sounds like a lot, but then if you have a library and a campus, a library and a university, and you have 1 blue city state, so you're getting like 3 signs from the library, 6 from the university, 9 total, right? Plus 120% of that, you're only getting like maybe like 10 science per turn, like 10, 11 science per turn, which is like pretty good, but that's in a city with 4 governor titles. Like, think about how many governor titles you get. You don't get that many that quickly. You do get +1 governor title at feudalism from this. What is it? And then this is the kicker. This is the thing. If it were just the bonuses, this would be like an S tier civ. But then it has this malice. Cities you founded without a governor receive -10% to all yields after feudalism. That is the kicker. So here you are losing a lot of yields in cities without a governor. Now, there is a bonus here, a benefit. The wording here is important. Cities you founded. This is not a penalty you will pay in cities you conquer. So you can found like 7 cities max, put a governor in all of them, none of them suffer this penalty, right? And then you get crazy high science from all these bonuses, all the Korean bonuses and whatnot on top of all this. You get the +1 amenity, you're like simming good, whatnot. And then you like go for an industrial era war and conquer somebody. And once you've conquered them, you don't pay this penalty in cities you've conquered, because it's only in cities you founded, right? So you aren't sealed on 7 to 8 cities forever. You can have more cities, you just need to conquer them if you want to avoid the malice. Overall, I mean, I've seen people say it's like really, really good. I'll still put it in like B. I still can't see myself preferring it over like these other civs up here. It really is a matter of like, what if you don't have like an easy target? I mean, I guess you have pretty good bonuses for getting to the point where you kill somebody. But I've never been a huge fan of Korea, in general. I feel like there are other civs that can get massive science, that are just better in the current meta than this. Like, if you look at the list, Brazil and Mbande with their gigantic free inquiry golden age dedications are like, I feel like this is just a better way of getting a lot of science than what Korea has to go through. But at least that's my opinion. Okay, the next civ on the list is Zulu. Uh, Shaka Zulu here. Nerfed quite a bit by BBG. It's now +2 combat strength instead of +5 on corps and armies, and you only get it at mobilization. There was an earlier version of this in BBG for forever where it was just +5 to corps and armies. Pretty much the whole game, like it is in the base game, and it was completely overpowered. I remember I played this game like 4 years ago or whatever, and everybody complained that BBG took way too long to nerf Zulu. It was one of the best civs in the game for a long time. But eventually they did, and now it's +2 instead of +5, and it's been pushed all the way back to mobilization, which is a very late civic. Um, so one of the things that makes this so good, right? Earlier corps and armies is like insane. You get these way earlier, and these units, the cores at mercenaries are like really, really hard to touch. They just have +10 compared to regular units, and you like slam into them a couple of times, and then they just promote and heal all of the damage back up. An important thing about the Akanda, it's an encampment, costs half as much as a regular encampment. Uh, you get extra yields for buildings in the Akanda. I'm still skeptical about the Akanda opener in free-for-all games. I know in teamers and duels and whatnot, like, Akanda opener is like super obviously good. You just get the great generals who spam units at a neighbor. Congratulations. But in free-for-all, where you have to play for late-game scaling, I prefer commercial opener into like starting to discount some Akandas. One of the nice things here, once the required civics are unlocked, allow corps and armies to be trained directly and their costs reduced by 25%. Now, the military academy has the same effect. With the military academy, corps and armies can be trained directly and their costs are reduced by 25%. These stack. If you have an Akanda with a military academy in it, the cost of training corps and armies directly is reduced by 50%. So whereas everybody else at the military academy is paying 75% of the cost for their units, you're only paying 50%, right? 50% instead of 75%, that is a 33% discount from this bonus, in effect, once you have military academies. Um, you just spam like an insane amount of units. Uh, and generally, what you want to do is go in the industrial era. Like a good thing to do is just rush military science, put up a ton of Ikondas, and just start spamming like cavalry corps. Um, Even cavalry armies. You can get like nationalism, start spamming armies because that's where you unlock them way earlier than everybody else. Nobody else has armies unlocked yet. They're way cheaper because you have this bonus, and you just start running people over. It's a very, very good late game war save. One of the nice things is that these bonuses scale pretty well. The +2 is like, honestly, it's one of the weaker combat bonuses for the late game compared to a lot of other ones. But it's there, and the discounted units, very good. Um, I still wouldn't say it's like one of the better civs in FFA though. Like it's hard to get to a position. It has very, very few simming bonuses at all, so it's hard to get to a position where you can effectively use this. But at the very least, it has a very good bonus for closing it out when you're ahead. Um, I feel like it's kind of around here with Latoro. I feel like I might get some shit for this. I feel like a lot of the success that this Civ sees in CPL right now is strong players that really like playing Zulu to stomp weaker players. Because it is basically a cocky war civ that is designed around like no simming bonuses, solid late game bonuses because of the discounted production cost, and then you just spam units. Um, I feel like it's not the best civ you could be picking for war. Like I feel like it's right around there with Latoro or whatever. It scales slightly better than him probably, but I feel like Latoro has an even better timing with the cavalry push and slightly better simming bonuses on top of it. So yeah. Next up, Grand Colombia, another war civ. Let me see here. Simón Bolívar. Um, BBG does nerf this in one meaningful way that you need to know right away. Uh, you cannot recruit great generals on this leader. In the base game, you get Commandante generals and great generals, and they stack, and you get +2 movement and plus like 10 combat strength on everything in range of them, and it's completely absurd. So yeah, they remove the ability to recruit great generals. So no more of that shenanigans. It's only +5. This is one of those civs that's just way better in teamers. It's really, really menacing in the early game because you get the you don't have to make any encampments. Other civs have to make encampments. They run encampment projects. They get a great general. Grand Columbia gets a great general for free. You go like full commercial hub campus opener and still get the great general, and then you can spam units, which is very, very good. As if you're a rel warring in like a teamers environment, like a 4v4, it's so nice that you can just go like a commercial hub campus opener and still get a great general and still like do menacing stuff in war because of that general, that free one. Whereas anybody who wants to compete with you has to make encampments and kind of do a ton of stuff that like screws over their sim in order to defend against it. +1 movement for all military units after researching the political philosophy civic. This is another nerf by BBG. In the base game, it's from the start of the game. Pretty meaningful nerf as well. This +1 movement was very impactful for scouting. Like Grand Columbia was known for scouting way more land than everybody else, and now they kind of can't because they don't get it into political philosophy. The sim bonus down here kind of sucks. This tile improvement kind of just sucks. I remember this used to be unlocked like at urbanization or something comical. They moved it all the way back to medieval fairs, but they didn't really buff it enough. It's hard to get these good. Like I feel like this is one of the worst unique tile improvements in the entire game. It's just very difficult to get this to the point where it's actually worth working. Linero's very, very good unique unit, very menacing timing, well known. Cheap, low maintenance cost. Bonus combat strength for every adjacent Linero. You can easily run somebody over with this. People call them like guitar boys or something. This is a little guitar. Yeah. These cavalry are just menaces. And the Commandante generals have like decent retire bonus or whatever. Just not a very good FFA civ, to be honest. It's literally like no simming bonuses and like okay-ish war bonuses. Oh, one more thing that I should mention that I would be neglectful not to mention. These Commandante generals work on units of any era, which does yield an advantage in the late game. Because in the late game, what is it? The modern armor are kind of well known for being like not a very good unit in multiplayer because they are an information era unit, and getting your hands on an information era great general is almost impossible. Like the information era great generals are so expensive that nobody ever really gets one. So people don't want to pay the cost of upgrading tanks to modern armor. Like it's not worth it because a tank supported by a great general is almost as good as a modern armor. But Grand Columbia can actually use modern armors because their great generals work on modern armors, right? Even though they're an information era unit, these work on any era of unit. So you kind of get a bit of a second wind where you get to use the modern armor units that like nobody else really wants to use. And yeah, it can be very powerful there. Also, promoting cavalry units and spies and air units not ending their turn, that's pretty big. That's actually really big. But ultimately, not a great civ for FFA. D tier, unironically, it's just no simming bonuses at all, and the war bonuses don't scale as well as some of these other civs. Like, Zulu has a better scaling war bonus than this. Right? Zulu is a civ with, like, almost no simming bonuses, but it scales better than Grand Columbia. You have civs with war bonuses that scale better than Grand Columbia and really good simming bonuses, like Chandragupta. And Aztec both have very good simming bonuses, and their war bonuses are better than Grand Columbia's in the later stages of the game on top of that. It's like, why the hell would you pick Grand Columbia if you had the option to pick one of these? Okay, next on the list, Maya. Uh, Lady Six Guy, that was the name of her. Um, I don't like her in the current version of BBG. She's been nerfed too much. Like 3 or 4 patches ago, she was pretty good, and they finally said, fuck this leader, and they put the nail in the coffin. Um, so you'll see that it's nerfed a lot compared to the base game in a lot of ways. I think the one that really did it in was they changed this from +2 science for adjacent plantations to +1 science for adjacent plantations. And instead, plantations provide +2 science for each adjacent observatory after education. Now, that might sound like you're gaining science, right? Because, well, you lost 1 adjacency on plantations, but you get +2 science on the plantations themselves. The problem is that you're always running the policy cards for double campus adjacency. So at best, this is breaking even, right? -1 adjacency on the campus and +2 science yield on the plantations is only breaking even if you're running the policy card to double campus adjacency. And on top of that, it's harder to get your campuses to +3, which is the breakpoint in BBG that activates the rationalism policy card, which gives extra yields in campus buildings for campuses that are +3 adjacency or better. Um, so yeah, honestly, it's a civ that gets a lot of tempo. Non-capital cities within 6 tiles of capital gain +5% all yields. That's quite a bit. Um, what is it? Palace receives bonus housing. I mean, you don't get fresh water, so it's not really helping you. What is it? There's some other bonus in here. +1 amenity for every luxury adjacent to the city center can be like very, very huge. Like you can have spawns where you just settle next to 2 luxury resources, and your capital just starts at happy, which is +10% all yields, and just stays that way for the first like 30 turns of the game, right? Because if you have 2 luxury resources, that's +2 amenities. You already start with +2 from the palace, right? You're keeping your capital happy pretty much the entire early game. Yeah, this +1 amenity for every luxury adjacent to the city center can produce some really high roll spawns. This civ also has a really, really good spawn bias. The spawn bias for the civ is like bananas and plantationable resources. And plantations in BBG are really, really good because BBG buffed plantations where all plantations built on flat tiles give +1 production in addition to the +2 gold they give. So like if you have a 3-1 banana and it because it's on a flat tile and you build a plantation on it, it changes it into a 3-2 banana, right? Because of the +1 production in all flat plantations. So a plantation spawn bias is actually something that's very nice to have. Um, like if you were full plantations, you were chilling. Uh, Only problem, the civ, the malices are kind of extreme. Non-capital cities receive -10% all yields. That kind of sucks. One thing that I think they could do if they wanted to buff this, what I would do. Here's my take to the BBG team. Change this from other non-capital cities receive -10% all yields to other non-capital cities founded by the Maya receive -10% all yields. This means that you'll be able to conquer other civs without paying these penalties. And this is the big problem with Maya. You start out super tall. It's similar to Siondiok or whatever, where you like sit on like 7 to 8 cities, like 8 cities and don't settle anymore. Because you have this penalty for settling too many cities, right? But with Siondiok here, um, the penalty is only paid in cities that you've founded. So when you conquer cities, they don't suffer this penalty. But that's not the case here. Conquered cities do suffer the 10% penalty to all yields, and that blows. Um, yeah, and the malice, which I don't know if I've mentioned this yet. Settling adjacent to freshwater and coast does not provide extra housing. All of your cities have to get all of their housing by building farms, which is kind of rough. Overall, I would say that this is like honestly like D tier civ. I do not like it right now. It's bad at playing for score because you're limited to playing very tall. You have to settle very few cities that have to be close to your capital in order to avoid the yield penalty. And it's just not good enough to play for first, right? Like it can't really play well for second and get a high score because it can't settle enough cities, and it can't play for first because it's just not good enough in the current version of the civ. Okay, next one up is Suleiman Kanuni of the Ottomans. So Ottomans have been buffed a lot by BBG. The main one down here, Grand Bazaar. They just added +1 trade route capacity to this. This bank replacement gives +1 trade route capacity. So Ottomans gets +2 trade route capacity in every city with a commercial hub once they built a market and a bank, whereas other civs are only getting +1. Um, the Grand Bazaar is without question the best unique building in the game. So it is giving you extra strategic resources in the city, extra amenities for every luxury resource in the city. This is a lot of amenities. You're often getting like an average of like 1.5 amenity per city from Grand Bazaars. Extra trade route capacity, which is just insane. You rush Grand Bazaars like immediately. You go banking as early as possible on Ottomans. One of the nice things about this is that because trade routes give yields to your allies as well, like a little bit from alliances, like you have a science alliance with somebody and then you put in the whistle bank and policy card, your ally also gets +2 science, +2 food, and +2 production for every trade route you send to them. So people want to be your friend on Ottomans. If you are a strong player playing Ottomans, you have this like meta game thing in free-for-all games where people want to ally you just so they get the extra yields from your alliance. Um, because you send so many more trade routes than other civs. This civ gets the highest trade route capacity in BBG, like higher than Portugal, higher than anything. Um, so that is a nice thing. Another thing, this scales obscenely well. Like you get absurdly high gold in the mid game from the extra trade out capacity. You get good food and production from the trade routes with whistle banking. Um, you get democracy once you get to that government. It gives +4 food, +4 prod, and all international trade routes. Suddenly, your cities grow to enormous populations and have massive amounts of production. And because this building gives extra amenities, the extra growth doesn't really hurt you. You never drop amenities from having the extra growth. Like it's just free extra population and production, and it is very, very nice. The late game Ottomans are one of the most threatening civs in the game. Now, aside of the Grand Bazaar, bonus production towards siege units is good. Siege units gain +3 combat strength. That's when defending. That's when attacking units. I think in the base game they get like +5, but only against cities. BBG changes it to +3, and that's against everything. That's against other units as well. Um, Conquered cities do not lose populations, and cities not founded by the Ottomans gain amenities and loyalty. This is very, very good, by the way. Conquered cities not losing population means you snowball extremely hard off of kills. Um, it is a big, big deal when you can like kill somebody with the Ottomans with like tanks and artillery, and every city stays at their full population. You get like a gigantic amount of yields very quickly. The cities are instantly come online and just start producing a ton of stuff for you. But now let's talk about Kanuni himself, the leader. So he gets extra governor title with gunpowder and a unique governor and a unique unit. Uh the unique governor in BBG has been changed and now has decent simming bonuses. It gives plus it has like base game Bengala's promotions where it gives +1 science for every citizen in the city and then +1 culture for every citizen in the city. Very, very good. The final promotion on this governor in BBG is +5 housing and +5 amenities to the city he's assigned to, which is insane. It also has the war bonuses, +10 combat strength against defensible districts and city centers for all units within 10 tiles, for all of your units, which is like a lot. +10 against city centers is just insane. You also have another promotion, which is +1 movement for all units that you control within 10 tiles of the city center that the governor is assigned to. That is military units and civilian units. So easy to forget this, but you get +1 movement on your builders near that governor, which is actually meaningful. Like it helps your simming quite a bit. Um, Janissaries are an insanely good unique unit in free for all. The main reason is because they are very, very, very cheap. Like, way cheaper than a regular musketman. That is the main thing about them. They are 60 combat strength rather than 55. They start with free promotion, so they're like really strong compared to the musket. +5 and a free promotion. And then these are cheaper than men at arms. I think the cost of a musketman is 200 production online speed. 200 production. This is 120. It's almost half the cost of a musketman. The setback for this is to train a Janissary, a city must have a population of at least 2, and if a city founded by the Ottomans trains a Janissary, it loses a population. Right? That is a massive drawback, you would think. But you can just avoid the drawback by producing a ton of like warrior pre-builds and then spending gold to upgrade them to Janissaries. If you pre-build like warriors or swordsmen and then gold upgrade them to Janissaries, you don't have to pay this population cost. And because they're so cheap, the gold upgrade cost is based on the production cost. So upgrading a warrior to a Janissary with the policy card for 50% discount on gold upgrades, it's like 30 gold. Like 30 gold to go all the way from a warrior to a Janissary or something absurd. Like it's really, really cheap. Yeah, these are like an incredibly intimidating unit. And then you put like a siege tower on them, and then you use the governor, which gives +10 against city centers for all units within 10 tiles. And this thing's slamming for like 70 combat strength in the Renaissance era into city centers. Like it deletes cities so quickly. One of the nice things, this cost, if it's trained in a city founded by the Ottomans, it loses a population. You can avoid this by just training them in cities you've conquered. If you conquer a city-state early, it can just train Janissaries, which, remind you, are dirt cheap. It can just train them and not lose the population. You conquer cities from somebody at war, and you gold buy Janissaries, which, remind you, very cheap. They're way cheaper than a regular musketman. I think it's 240 gold on online speed to buy a Janissary, and you have way more gold than everybody else. You just buy Janissaries in the cities you conquer, and they don't lose the population because you did not found them. Very, very good civ. I think I will put it at the top of A tier. The only problem with Ottomans is that they have literally no tempo. None of these bonuses kick in early. These are all late game bonuses. Grand Bazaars kick in at banking, and this is like your only simming bonus. But what a bonus it is. Wow. You can get very, very big just based on the extra trade route capacity and the extra amenities. It's insanely good. Yeah, one of my favorite civs overall. I've played a lot of Ottomans. Okay, next one is Sundiata Keita of the Mali. Just like I said this about Mansa Musa, Mali got buffed in the recent patch. They used to be really bad in BBG. They just buffed it up a lot. This is probably the better of the two. What is it? Theater squares grant standard adjacency to Sugabas. So here's the thing: you can put like Sugabas, which are unique commercial hub. Which, by the way, half cost commercial hub. Commercial hubs are the best district in the game. Getting a commercial hub that costs half as much production as the usual one is, on the face of it, an insanely strong bonus. Obviously, Mali pays a production penalty for this, but worth noting. You just go full Sugaba into Theater Square opener. You get very high culture, very high gold. Because you get the extra adjacency on the Sugabas by surrounding them with theater squares, you can take free inquiry as your Golden Age dedication in the medieval era, which gives science equal to your commercial hub adjacency. Get a ton of science that way, have very high stats. Overall, pretty good civ. The only problem is that it suffers from the Mali problem of having like really, really coin flip spawns. Sometimes you get an amazing spawn where you like spawn right on the edge of a desert. You get like +3 or 4 food because you have a ton of desert tiles adjacent to your city center. But then you get to work a ton of good tiles, right? Like maybe you have a 1-3 plains forest hill or whatever. Like that's what you want, like to have a ton of really good tiles around your city center. In addition to the desert tiles. But other times you spawn in the deep desert and you're like screwed. Like that's really, really bad. It's like total coin flip. Overall though, I've seen some people put out good games on the Civ. I'll put it in B tier. I think it's better than Mansa Musa. I don't think it's a particularly great Civ overall. It's too much of a coin flip, and I feel like if you win the coin flip, if you get a good spawn, it's like an A tier maybe. Like the fact that you have to like risk being like completely irrelevant by getting a really bad spawn because the Civ spawn bias sucks. And the reward for winning the coin flip and getting a good spawn is just that it's like an above average civ. That's B tier to me. If you always had a good spawn, it'd be like A tier. The next civ, by the way, is Georgia Tamar. Let's see here. Tamar buffed a lot by BBG. What is it? The unique walls. They replaced the ancient walls. I think in the base game they replaced Renaissance walls and they suck. In BBG, this unique building is actually core to what makes Georgia good. It's an incredibly good building. +4 faith and +1 culture, and an additional +3 faith when in a golden or heroic age. So from very early on, like turn 31, you hit a golden age, you have +7 faith and +1 culture from all the ancient walls. You build these in every city. You have +50% production towards walls. So it's like very easy to get this in every city very cheaply and just get very, very high faith. Outside of this, your other simming bonus is you get really good city-state control. Each envoy you send to a city-state of your majority religion counts as 2 envoys. So you found a religion, you go like 2 holy sites, and that's it. And you found a religion that's like, whenever you send an envoy to a city-state, exert religious pressure to that city-state. That's one of the religious beliefs you can get to automatically convert city-states. And then on top of that, you found a religion like, what is it, Jesuit education, which allows you to faith buy campus and theater square buildings. That's often the belief that's paired with that. And then you just choose monumentality and you go for a commercial hub opener. Like, you do not lean into holy sites very much at all. You go monumentality, you spend all the faith you get from your unique walls on builders and whatnot, and you just go normal commercial hub, maybe harbor opener if you have a spawn for it. I had a harbor opener Georgia game recently. But yeah, pretty good. The city-state control is probably the best of any civ in the entire game. People will not fight you for city-states, which means you often control 2 or 3 like top-tier city-states in a game. If you get like 2 top-tier city-states, like say you have Johannesburg and Ayutthaya, which in BBG are both like insanely good, then you are having an amazing game. Also, +1 faith per envoy in a city-state is very relevant early. If you first meet a city-state, getting +1 faith just from having an envoy in it is very huge. Like, you first meet a white city-state in like turn 5, you get the 1 faith per turn from having first met it, and then you get the additional 1 faith per turn because of your civ bonuses, +1 faith per envoy. So this is relevant as well. Also, once you get your first golden age, you can chain back-to-back golden ages easily. Any player can do it because you get the normal age bonus towards improving era score in addition to other bonuses when choosing your golden age dedication. So it's very, very easy to chain your golden ages back to back. You never miss. The Kevsur, it comes too early to be very useful in FFA. It's not really a big deal. Overall, Georgia is also a very safe civ. Nobody pushes you because you spam your unique walls everywhere. I'm going to give it an A. A lot of the civ's simming bonus is just the city-state control, which is really, really good. It's the best city-state control in the game. I quite like Georgia. Probably one of the better religious civs in BBG right now. Yeah. Okay, next one we have here is Teddy Bullmoose. Teddy Bullmoose is a coin flip civ. It is a well-known meme that the civ can get really, really bad spawns. You need really high adjacency, not high adjacency, high appeal land, because this civ loves a preserve opener. In BBG, they've nerfed the science and culture yield, so it starts at +1 science, +1 culture from Code of Laws, and then these are doubled at astronomy and the Enlightenment civic, respectively. So at some point around like turn 60-ish, generally, like you start kicking in, you get the +2 science and +2 culture on every breathtaking tile that is adjacent to woods and mountains. It's very, very good. The preserve opener, I have a civ spotlight on it. It's such a coin flip. Sometimes you get land that's like all floodplains and rainforest, and you just can't go for a preserve opener because the appeal is too bad, and you are basically playing a non-civ. You have no civ bonuses. But then you get a game where everything's super appealing with minimal effort. You go for a preserve opener, you get infinite free stats because everything's breathtaking. You get a ton of free science and culture. and you just coast to victory. The Civ can completely take over the game on a good spawn. Like, it can become unstoppable how high the Civ stats get. It's very common to see Teddy Bulmus at the very top in terms of science and culture per turn, very, very early, and just stay there all game. The problem is the preserve opener has like no gold, no production. It's a bit of a paper tiger, and I feel like more skilled players understand this, where they'll challenge the Teddy Bulmus player, because it's easy to look at a Civ having way higher science and culture than everybody else and think, oh, there's no way anybody can catch them. We should just like give up, concede the game to them. But Teddy Bulmus so often folds when attacked. It is a Civ that puts up massive science and culture, but rarely has the production to back it up. Um, But if it hangs in there and gets to P-51 Mustangs, the unique fighter, it can basically just turtle for the rest of the game and win the game. Film studios give a ton of free tourism. Spamming national parks gives a ton of tourism. You also get extra appeal in cities with national parks. So the national parks themselves give extra tourism, because tourism from national parks is based on appeal. Yeah, fighters, you deploy the P-51 Mustangs, and you are basically untouchable. This unique unit is like insanely good. I cannot stress this enough. It's like so hard to push into. As a defensive wall, these hold jet fighters pretty handily. It's kind of insane. Even jet fighters, which are much more advanced than the regular fighter this replaces, struggle to break P-51s. Um, But yeah, I'll give it an A tier, but like bear in mind, this is like the most inconsistent A tier, and it's hard to play. You have to know the build order. Like, but when it hits really hard. It can have really, really good games sometimes. All right, next up is Theodora. Let me see here. This leader, the other Byzantium leader, it's all the same combat bonuses the other Byzantium gets, except for the slamming through walls with cavalry units. Was it whenever you defeat a unit, you spread your religion, good for putting crusades on other cities. Reminder, in BBG, crusades has been nerfed from +10 to +5. Units receive +2 combat strength for each holy city converted to Byzantium's religion, including Byzantium's own holy city. So you basically start with +2. The way you play this is in a 10-player FFA is you ally 2 players, you beg them, you get on your knees, you beg them like, please, just found a religion for me so I can convert your holy city for free. Please, please, please. And then they eventually they say no, and then you say, okay, then I'll rel war you. And then they say, okay, geez, I'll do it, right? They found the religion, you convert it. Now you have +6 combat strength on all units for the rest of the game for free because you've managed to convert your own holy city and then 2 more for free by intimidating and begging. Um, so now you just have this insane +6 combat strength. And one of the benefits of this leader compared to Basil is that you have much better simming bonuses. Holy sites provide +1 culture for each adjacent district. Doesn't sound like much, but reminder that the city center itself counts as a district. So you can easily position your holy sites so they're giving like +3, +4 culture each early on. And that is enough to jumpstart your game quite substantially. Um, yeah, you can just spam a couple of holy sites early, go a belief like, I don't know, work ethic or feed the world. Um, Take monumentality as your golden age dedication, and have a pretty good, decent sim. I'd consider it slightly better than Basil in free for all, just because it's easier to keep pace with the rest of the lobby. Um, because you get that extra culture, like you get to feudalism very quickly, even with monumentality. Uh, Insanely good late game war bonuses. Like, it's one of the best in the game. I'll put it bottom of A. Can run over the game. You kill 1 more civ when you already have the +6 taxes from begging your allies to found a religion. You kill 1 more, and that was a religious civ, convert their holy city. Now you're at +8. +8 unconditionally on all military units is an unbelievably good combat bonus. Um, so yeah. Gets to A tier pretty much based on that. Even though its sim bonuses aren't that great, like +1 culture on holy sites for every adjacent district, it's not like super great. It's still good, but yeah. It's enough. Next up, we have Tokugawa, who was rated by the community on a previous patch as the #1 Civ in FFA in some community poll. In response, the BBG team took swift action and did absolutely nothing to the Civ. He is the exact same as he was back then, and he is still insanely good. The only thing that the Civ doesn't have going for it in free-for-all games is the fact that because you never send international trade routes, like your entire build order revolves around domestic trade routes, nobody wants to be your ally because you'll never send the mini traders. That's it. It's the only downside. In every other respect, these bonuses are like insanely good. First off, very easy to get your capital to 2 districts like right away for +2 culture, +2 science, and +2 gold right at the start of the game by like turn like 24 on every domestic trade route. And then on top of that, what you do is you often want to go for a harbor, get the mausoleum at Halicarnassus, which gives an extra district, which gives an extra charge on all great engineers, so they can activate their effect in additional time. You get the Great Engineer Bi Sheng, which is a medieval era Great Engineer. He gives an extra district slot in the city you activate him in. Because of Mausoleum, you can activate him twice. Activate him in your capital 2 times. Prioritize getting your capital as much food as possible. Then you get your capital like 10 pop. Because of Bi Sheng's effect, it has like 6 district slots at 10 population. Build all 6 districts. Congratulations. All of your internal trade routes give +6 culture, +6 science, and +6 gold at a 10 pop capital. That is an insane amount of yields. This Civ puts up gigantic stats very easily. On top of that, Japan's bonuses themselves are really, really good. The extra district adjacency is a very good generic bonus. You often get like +7, +8 industrial zones very easily everywhere. High adjacency campuses are easy. You get high adjacency harbors, which means that your shipyards give more production. Free inquiry gives more science. Honestly, it's just still an incredibly good Civ. The thing is that internal trade routes are already kind of the meta in BBG. They fall off really hard once you get to like Whistlebank and policy card, which buffs international trade routes. Then you get to reform the coinage, Golden Age dedication, which buffs international trade routes further. So on Tokugawa, you don't go reform the coinage. You often go Drums of War, which is a Golden Age dedication BBG adds to the Renaissance era, which gives extra production towards units and extra yields on encampment buildings. And yeah, the domestic trade-out yields are insane. I have a video on Tokugawa on my channel where you can see this in effect. Like on turn like 81, I was getting like +9 science, +9 culture, and +9 gold on every internal trade route. Right? Like that's so much. Like the yields are insane. And then just Japan's bonuses on top of that being so solid with the extra adjacency on every district in the game. I still think it's like an S tier. The only problem with Tokugawa is just that other people don't want to be your friends. That's it. That's his only downside. All right. Now let me go back here. We have Scythia as the next one. So that's Tomyris. One of the best combat bonuses in the entire game, believe it or not. +5 combat strength when attacking wounded units is very easy to satisfy to get this nice +5 combat strength. And when eliminating a unit, all of your units heal up to 30 hit points. This is actually really, really good. It's like hard to overstate how strong that is. There's a meme in the Teamers community, I believe, that Scythia is the best war civ or the best naval civ in the game. Because healing is so much harder to come by on the sea. And naval combat is already so snowbally. Tomyris, like a Tomyris caravel push is like hard for almost any naval civ in the game to hold off if you get like a full coastal spawn, just because these combat bonuses are so strong. But yeah, obviously decent on land. The only problem is these sim bonuses suck. The Kurgan is not super great for keeping up with other civs in terms of tempo. It's a fine tile improvement, but it does not do much for you. Sokka horse archers come too early to be super useful in free-for-all games. You shouldn't be warring in the classical era. Faith purchasing units is alright, I guess. It's usually in free-for-all, this helps you to kill a city-state early, which is nice. You can just place down a couple Kurgans, work them for some faith, and then kill a city-state with units you faith purchased. But yeah, like almost no simming bonuses, but very, very strong combat bonuses. Oh yeah, the giant death robots from the Civ are ridiculous. They're literally like unstoppable. Giant death robots that heal 30 hit points when they eliminate a unit. Then you stack like the War Department building you can construct in the Government Plaza, which heals an additional 20 HP on all units whenever they kill anything. And you have giant death robots that heal 50 hit points whenever they kill anything. So, yeah, if you get the giant death robots, the Civ's unstoppable, but good luck doing that with like no sim bonuses. Um, I'll put it here. Maybe above Litoro because these war bonuses scale a lot better. Kind of the peak in terms of a Civ that just has war bonuses that scale insanely well, but has no simming bonuses to back them up. So you just fall behind anyway. Getting first place on Scythia is very, very hard because there's always going to be somebody with more text completed than you, more science and culture than you, and you're not always going to be in a position to threaten them with war quickly enough to stop them from just, outpacing you. That's why other war civs that have simming bonuses are generally prioritized more highly in free for all. Next up is Trajan. Very generic. Free monument in every city. How good could that be? Very good, actually. You get to political philosophy for free pretty early. You open a lot of settlers. You generally go very wide early on. The reason you settle so many cities is because you have nothing else to build. You get a free monument. What else are you going to make but more settlers? Bath is a good building. I've already spoken about this with Caesar, but +2 housing, +1 amenity in all cases, and it costs half as much as a regular aqueduct. You put these down everywhere. You probably go a ton of industrial zones because these give adjacency to industrial zones, just like regular aqueducts. Good tempo civ, A tier. Like it's just okay civ. Honestly, just the free monuments are really good. I feel like it tends to get overrated by a ton of people. I see a lot of people throw it up in S, and it's like, what? Like, I get that it's free tempo, but like, I feel like Cyrus almost has just as much. Um, like Trajan doesn't have much more tempo than Cyrus in terms of culture. Like, you get this unique talent improvement, you get the extra culture and domestic trade routes, you get the extra trade route capacity. Like, I get it. Trajan is just like considered the staple of free tempo. Like, wow, free monuments in every city, but that's like all it is. It's like, and then that and like a couple of other like decent-ish bonuses. Still pretty good. Still very good. The Civ often wins the race to Colosseum just because it has way more culture than everybody else, and you get like more cities and whatnot than other people because you don't have to build any monuments, so you're building more settlers. You're often unlocking like entertainment complexes on like turn 30 because of all the free culture. So like that's how you get the Colosseum quicker. Um Next up, Victoria, Age of Empire. Let's see here. This was recently reworked by BBG, I think. It used to get extra trade route capacity for every unique continent it settled on. Now it doesn't. I think it might be the weakest England on this current patch. I don't know how many people would agree with me, but in free for alls, these bonuses aren't it. The free naval melee units are fine, but like you generally don't have a reliable naval war target in FFA, and naval war tends not to be that good in free for all. England bonuses are really, really good in general. Half cost harbor, insanely good. +4 for every building for yields provided by that building. So like that means a research lab gives +4 science, factory gives +4 production, very good. All of this is like pretty decent. But yeah, the leader bonuses uh kind of underwhelming. Redcoats are pretty good. It's just hard to use them well. Um I rarely see redcoats, like they're not that consistent because they need to be fighting on a continent other than that of your capitals. And line infantry tend not to be the best units to push with. These are like a less reliable version, I feel, of the French unique unit, which is the Imperial Guard. I'm going to give a hot take. It's the only England that's not going to be A tier. Spoilers for the other Englands, I guess. I'll put this in B. I do not like Age of Empire compared to the other Englands right now. I tier list. Yeah, I dropped. Here, let me do that again. Boom. B. Like a decent B. England itself is just too good. Like the Civ bonuses are so good that I don't even the leader bonuses being bad is like doesn't even matter that much. Still B tier. Canada, pretty good Civ overall. Tends to be a bit of a fan favorite. Historically, the Civ has seen a lot of banning in CPL, although I think it's kind of like fallen off in terms of popularity. I don't know why it didn't get any worse. It's still a very good Civ. You always open a builder to take advantage of these extra yields. You open a builder, maybe like build 3 camps on some deer tiles because they give +2 food each. You get like insane tempo, rush Temple of Artemis. Build a ton of theater squares, and then go for early Mounties. Mounties are actually very, very ferocious. Mounties are actually a terrifyingly strong unit. In BBG, these have 70 base strength, +10 combat strength when fighting within 4 tiles of a national park you own. I think in the base game, it's like weaker than this. It's like 60 combat strength and +10 when fighting within 2 tiles of no national park, which is like a meme. That's a joke how bad that is. In BBG, it's 70 +10 within 4 tiles of a national park. You can forward settle somebody, put a national park right on their border, and then attack them with Mounties. And with how early Mounties can be unlocked, they might not even have industrial era units yet. Like they could be fighting you with like knights, and you have Mounties. It could be really, really disastrous. 80 combat strength, that's almost a tank. That is 5 less combat strength than a tank. Mounties completely run over everything else that's unlocked at the same time as them. It's really just a matter of you just forward settle somebody, national park in their face, and get the combat bonus, and then you like need to like send builders along to like remove tile improvements, plant woods, get the appeal up so you can continue building national parks as you fight. You might have to limit the amount of pillaging you do because pillaging tiles reduces the appeal of adjacent tiles. It's kind of hard. A multi-push is something you have to really be like good at forward planning to do because you need to get the national park line going through the entire push. This is also not the only way to play Canada, but in my Civ spotlight on Canada, I hype up the Mountie push because it's funny. The Civ can win culture victory very, very reliably. It's a very good, greedy, fast culture victory Civ. The fact that you are in the tundra and people can't declare surprise wars on you could be very nice for new players. People don't even want to war you because your tundra cities suck for them. They lose all the extra yields on the tile improvements once they conquer them. So the land is kind of low quality for everybody else. But yeah, the national parks that you can make with Mounties are very, very. You can get very, very high tourism from this. The Civ is kind of known for fast culture victories, like turn 90 and earlier, potentially. I think currently the CV record in CPL is held by Canada. Somebody set like a turn 77 culture victory on Canada. Just spamming the hell out of national parks. Pretty good Civ overall. I'm gonna put it in A tier. Pretty good at just going for national park spam. And has very good bonuses aside from that. People also leave you alone. You can do multi pushes if you're feeling feisty. I quite like the Civ overall. What was the next one? Wu Zetian. Wu Zetian is the next one. This one got buffed in the newest patch of BBG and now has combat bonuses. Land units within 3 tiles of a recon unit receive +3 combat strength. This does not stack. If you have like multiple scouts within 3 tiles of a unit, you're still only getting +3. Honestly, a pretty good civ overall, to be honest. It might be underrated by a lot of people. Traders and spies receive +2 sight. That's honestly not bad. One of the nice things about this is there are certain civs that you can like counterpick with this, even in FFA. Whenever a defensive spy mission is successful, you gain 100% of the faith, culture, and science output that the target city earned that turn. There's certain civs that are really, really good to target with this. Two in particular that come to mind. Sion Diok, or whatever. You see, she gets extra yields to her campus buildings for every governor promotion in the city. She has like 4 governor promotions in one city, she's going to have like crazy, crazy high science in that one city. You can spy in there and just get an insane amount of science just from spying in that city. Because it'll probably have the highest science of any city in the game. Another one is Sweden. Is another civ that you can target with this, right? Because Sweden has this unique government plaza building, Queen's Bibliothek, and it automatically themes all great works put in it. So Sweden, by like turn 70, often has a capital. It has like 150 culture per turn, and just their capital city alone, like just the capital. Fantastic for Wu Zetian to spy on Sweden. So using the civ as a tactical counterpick when you see other people picking these civs that have really high yield singular cities, can be very profitable. Outside of that, the war bonuses are not irrelevant, like +3 combat strength. Pretty easy condition. Just put a recon unit within 3 tiles. You use recon units sort of like great generals now. Yep, still has some decent China bonuses, more Eureka and Inspiration progress, that's fine. The Civ can be deceptively far along in the tech and civics tree compared to other Civs. It'll have like lower science and culture per turn than other Civs. You'll be like, oh, the Civ, they must be falling far behind. And then you actually look at the number of techs and civics completed, and they're like in the lead, and it's like, what the hell? And it's because they get so much culture and science from their spies that doesn't show up on the scoreboard, but is there, and then they pay less for techs and civics because of the Chinese bonus. Overall, though, these sim bonuses aren't that great. They kick in kind of late, and the war bonuses aren't that great either. I'm gonna put it in B. Next to Kublai, probably above Kublai here, ish. Decent leader in the current state, I feel. I hate the RNG. You can get so unlucky and just have your spies die. Like, even though you have the spies operate at one higher level higher, there's no guarantee they don't die. If all of your spies just die on their early missions, you basically lose your civ bonus, and it's like an F tier civ. But that usually doesn't happen. But it's enough that I don't like playing it. The RNG is just insane. Next up, Yongle. One more Chinese leader. The city projects to convert their yields into food and faith. I think these are buffed by BBG. I think it's like 60 or 50% in the base game, buffed to 70%. Still not worth using that often. You often run the food one early on when you need. Oh wait, hold up. I'm not in the right scene. Here you go. So here, this project buffed from like 70% of production convert to food and faith. Worth noting, BBG nerfs religious settlements. That Pantheon, you no longer get a free settler from it. There's no cheese where you run this project, take religious settlements, and like turn 4 and then get a free settler. Like, that's not a thing. Yeah, you're often running food project just a little bit early when you're like, oh, I need to get to my second district slot. Like, I have a city on 3 pop, and it's like 4 turns from growing, but I want to get its second district slot now. You run this project for 1 turn, it grows in 1, it's pretty good. Extra yields basically for doing nothing other than having high pop cities. That's always nice. Free Eureka at 13 pop, free Inspiration at 18 pop. Getting your cities to 18 pop is almost impossible. This is like almost a non-bonus here. Not impossible, but it's so late in the game that it's like you don't even need inspirations anymore. Overall, it's just a stat stick, kind of generic. B tier China, honestly. It's seen better days. I think this was like an S tier China, or not S, but it was like A tier, like strong A tier previous patch. So what happened to it was they nerfed China's Inspiration and Eureka progress from 50% to 40%, which is a pretty big deal. And then on top of that, They changed this. It used to be that all Chinas received a free random Eureka and inspiration whenever they completed a wonder. And then they moved that to Qin Mandate-of-Heaven. Now only he gets the free Eureka and inspiration from completing wonders. Instead, Yonglug has this bonus, which is not as good. When each city reaches 13 population for the first time, receive a random Eureka. I don't think that's as good, honestly, as the other one for getting wonders. But whatever. Still a decent civ, B tier. The current science victory record in CPL was set on Yongla, but it was a stronger version of the leader. He has been nerfed effectively since then. Gaul will be the next one. The Civ is wildly overpowered in the base game, nerfed a lot by ABG. So many ways the Civ was nerfed. Basic strategy, you rush straight for Oppidums. Earlier industrial zone, cheaper than industrial zone. You build this in your first 3 cities. Get extra production from putting it next to quarries and strategic resources. Very good. Free culture on all mines, so you have a really good culture pretty easily. Combat bonus is decent. This is nerfed from the base game. I think in the base game it's +2. In this game, in BBG, it's +1. Bear in mind, every adjacent combat unit includes enemy combat units. So if this is surrounded by like 3 friendly units and 3 enemy units, that's still +6, right? So that's like a pretty decent combat bonus. Very safe civ and free-for-alls. People hate pushing into this. This combat bonus is insanely good on defense, and Oppidums are a defensible district. You build walls, and they get a ranged attack and a health bar. People do not like attacking into a guy who has an extra defensible district in every city. Hitting your first golden age is easy because you have a unique warrior and a unique district, both of which you can easily build in the ancient era. Only problem with this civ is you have to save up all of your gold to buy the tiles for your Oppidums, because one thing you'll notice BBG removed, you no longer get culture bombs on mines. Right? You get culture bombs when building an Oppidum, but you do not get a culture bomb when building a mine anymore. Sag. Additionally, building an Oppidum no longer gives you apprenticeship for free. You actually have to go and research apprenticeship if you want the +1 production on all mines from that technology. Still pretty good civ. Seen better days in the meta. Kind of part of the problem is these 0 blue city-state lobbies really struggle for Gaul because he can't use free inquiry well. He can't put districts in the first ring of his cities. Which I can show you this. Can't put them in the first ring. Can't be adjacent to the city center. So you never really get big harbors or big commercial hubs. So free inquiry sucks. So if the game is locked into 0 blue city states, it's so hard to keep up with other people in science. I'll put it in B. It's like fine. If you could guarantee that there were like 3 blue city states, this would be like a much better civ. But as it is, it's so hard to keep up in science in these low blue city state lobbies. You're pretty much guaranteed to fall behind. Good at competing for early wonders though. You get way more prod than other people, and you get monopoly on all the early great engineers. You get these industrial zones so much earlier than everybody else that if you want to, you can clean sweep all of the medieval era engineers. You can get all 4 of them before anybody else even has a chance. So like, you know, some of those engineers give production towards wonders. You can get Colosseum. If the first great engineer gives production towards wonders, that is a gigantic boon. Another way in which the civ is inconsistent is that whether the first great engineer is really good, like you have an amazing game, but if it's just like builds walls in your city, then your bonus kind of sucks, because getting the first great engineer for free doesn't really matter if it's a bad engineer. Yeah. Next up is Dutch Wilhelmina. This civ has a lot of bonuses that scale insanely well, but has no tempo. And there are other civs with better scaling bonuses. So first off, +2 culture for every trade route you send to a foreign city or receive from a foreign city. So that's a lot of culture that you get. It can actually help if just a city-state sends you a free trade route early and just get +2 culture. It's like, wow. Also, you are typically going Amani as your first governor, gives extra yields when trading to a city-state. Then you send trade routes to that city-state, you get +2 culture on all of them, pretty good. Um, what is it? You get extra adjacency on campuses, theater squares, and industrial zones if next to a river, +2 on all of these. So you tend to get pretty big industrial zones and campuses pretty easily. Um, and then Polder is a very, very good unique tile improvement, but it takes a while to kick in. Once you get replaceable parts, it's like the best unique tile improvement in the game. This stuff gets insanely high yields. You can get like 7 food, like 6 production Polders. It is absurd how good the Polders get once you get replaceable parts. Um, Only problem is replaceable parts is a modern era technology that is very late. Um, Still a decent unique tile improvement before that. Unique frigates, very, very good, but naval war in FFA is kind of a meme, so I don't really value it that highly. Part of the problem is that as a naval civ, you kind of need more tempo to make up for the fact that naval openers tend to be lower tempo by default than commercial openers. Great admirals aren't nearly as good on free sim as great merchants. Um, was it coastal tiles tend to have lower yields than inland tiles? So like that's why a lot of the best naval civs get a ton of tempo bonuses early, right? We look at Norway. First off, Hojo, look at this, plus 100% production towards 3 different types of districts. Then we look at Norway, which is like a bajillion bonuses, like plus 50% production towards holy site, extra adjacency on the holy sites and harbors, all this stuff. And you look at like England and Dido or whatever, half cost harbor, half cost harbor. Netherlands just can't keep up. Like this is not, there's 0 tempo. So this is all scaling bonuses. And the scaling bonuses are good, but not good enough to make this a very good civ. Um there are other civs whose bonuses also kick in late, but they're a lot stronger. Ottomans and Germany, for instance, are 2 civs that take a while to get going, but then they like explode and just become insanely good. Netherlands never really gets that good, but it's still fairly reliable civ. Um Honestly, I'll still put it in B tier because it scales pretty well. People like being your ally because you get the what is it? You get extra culture for trading to them, which is nice as well. Even the sender of the trade route gets the +1 culture, so people want to be your friend, so they get extra culture on their trade routes. Yeah. All right. Next one on the list is Abe Lincoln. Abe Lincoln. Lots of buffs in BBG, plus 100% production towards industrial zones and aqueducts. Very good. Industrial zones get +2 amenities and +3 loyalty per turn. Plantations get -2 loyalty per turn. The plantation thing doesn't matter. Loyalty is kind of a nonsense mechanic. It barely ever comes up. The free melee units when completing industrial zone and any building in the industrial zone is kind of insane. You build an industrial zone and then a workshop and then a factory and a power plant, you've gotten 4 free melee units. And all of them get +5 combat strength. That is a lot of free military strength. You end up with just a gigantic military for doing absolutely nothing. +2 amenities in every city within an industrial zone is really, really good. Just so many free amenities. All this production towards industrial zones and aqueducts. You pretty much go an industrial zone aqueduct in every single city if you can. This is just way too good. You build all the buildings in them, and then go with like line infantry or modern infantry and just push somebody. One thing that this civ can do is go for a full top tree in the tech tree. You go replaceable parts to get infantry. You go advanced flight to get P-51 Mustangs and bombers. And you push with just infantry, Mustangs, and bombers. And it's actually an incredibly strong push, believe it or not. No era score bonuses early. It's hard to hit your first golden age. No tempo bonuses early. And that's really why I think it goes in B-ish. Maybe like high B. It's actually a pretty consistent civ. Um, but yeah, it's like no tempo at all early. Uh, there are other civs that scale better on free sim, like Scotland and Germany are both civs that can spam a ton of industrial zones and scale better than Lincoln. Rome is a civ that can spam a ton of industrial zones with their cheaper, better aqueduct and has more tempo than Abe Lincoln. So they get like a lead in the early game. And also, America's spawn bias sucks. I don't know if I talked about this, but America has a really, really bad spawn bias. It's mountains. They have a spawn bias to spawn next to mountains. That is bad in multiplayer. The problem is that means that you are often blocked off by a mountain chain and you have less room to settle your cities. This civ would be better with just a normal river spawn bias. The spawn bias just said river and then you remove the mountains part of it. It would be better. But the problem is that spawn biases are tied to civilizations, not leaders. And what is it? Teddy Bullmoose is also America, and he needs the mountains. Because he needs mountains, all of the other American leaders are screwed over with a mountain spawn bias they do not want. Sag. Okay, next one, Macedon. This is one of those leaders where it's like kind of dice rolly, where if you can kill like two good city state, if you can get like two good city state kills in free for all early, that you don't have to go to war with anybody, you just like produce like 3 horsemen that kill city states that don't produce any units pretty easily. And you get this plus 20% production in all cities for 10 turns, like twice in a row. In CPL, you're only allowed to kill and keep one city state. But CPL allows you to kill a city, as many city states as you want if you raise them. So you'd kill and keep one city state, and then you'd kill and raise another city state. And you get 20 turns of 20% production in all cities, and that's good enough to keep up with everybody else. To set like a good pace for the game, have good tech and civic completion, good stats, and then you get to use all these war bonuses, which actually scale pretty well. The unique units suck, and you do not want to use these in free for all. You will fall behind if you go for a classical era war. This civ is one of the best classical era pushes in the entire game. It's very, very hard to hold off a Macedon. But even if they win, they fall behind because classical era wars are trolling. So you do not really use these much. But late game, a lot of these war bonuses are really good. Combat victories provide science equal to percentage of the combat strength of the defeated unit. You get science equal to 25% of the production cost whenever you train a non-civilian unit in a city with this unique building. Conquering a city grants Eureka's and inspirations, like a ton of them. If you kill one player in the modern era with tanks, you will literally light up the entire rest of the tech and civics tree with free Eureka's and inspirations. You snowball insanely hard off of late game kills. Additionally, all units heal completely whenever this player captures a city with a world wonder. That is like insanely good. And no war wariness at all is also great. Problem is, the only sim bonus you have is 20% production in all cities for 10 turns when killing a city. And you don't want to go to war early unless it's with city states. So I'll put it in C out of respect for the fact that it could be, honestly, it could be really, really good. It could be like A tier if you have like 2 city states to kill early. Otherwise, it's not very good. Sometimes I had a game with it where I picked it, I had no city states to kill, and I had to play a 0 bonus civ for the first like 80 turns of the game, and it did not feel good at all. And the war bonuses, while good, they're snowballing bonuses. They don't help you to win the war. They help you to win the game after winning a war because you get so much science and production from winning the war. um right, like compared to other civs where it's like Gorgo, you get +5 combat strength in all units when you're in fascism from your leader bonuses. That lets you win a war. Whereas Macedon's just snowballs off of a war. You get what I mean. Nubia is next. That's Amonitore. A. Very generic civ. Very good, reliable. Never misses their golden age. Ancient era unique archer. Ancient era unique tile improvement. Both are pretty good. Lots of tempo. You put this next to the city center. It gives 3 food. 2 faith, because it gives +2 food for an adjacent city center. This is buffed in BBG. You can build this on any flat tile, not just desert. You can build it on floodplains, plains, grassland. This civ has a plains spawn bias, which is very good for them because they get a ton of free food from the unique tile improvement. You put this on a plains flat tile. It's a 1 food, 1 production tile base. Add this, it becomes a 4 food, 1 production, 2 faith. It's a very good tile to work early. Extra production towards districts, increasing to 40% if there's a Nubian pyramid adjacent to the city center. You want a Nubian pyramid adjacent to every city center, like ASAP, to take advantage of this. Mines give extra yields over strategic and bonus and luxury resources. All of your mines. That's all good. Yeah. Generically good civ. Honestly, pretty solid. Like B tier. Can't go wrong with Nubia, but it's not like super impressive. It's a lot of tempo. A lot of early game tempo, but not as much as some other civs. I look at this and I think Hungary's early game tempo is better. And their other bonuses are also scaling better. Like this, 50% production to districts and buildings constructed across a river from a city center. So it's not just like the commercial hubs, but the markets too, right? And then you go back to this. This is 40%, but only on the commercial hub. It's like, eh. And the rest of the bonuses aren't good enough that it's like better than like Hungary, right? Like, it's still a good civ. Still playable, but like, yeah, it is nice. The extra production towards range units and extra range unit XP does mean other players don't mess with you as much because it's very hard to push a Nubia. Range units tend to be very good for defense. I can show you this. Extra prod on units. Extra combat XP on units. Yeah, there's some safety inherent to playing Nubia because people won't declare war on you, so that's nice, I guess. Next up is Vietnam. Very complicated civ, nerfed like crazy by BBG, nowhere near as strong as it is in the base game. Because it was wildly overpowered in the base game. Haha. Extra movement in all units beginning their turn in rainforest, woods, marsh within your territory. That includes civilian units. So if you have a settler that starts a turn on a marsh tile, congrats. The settler has 4 movement. You can settle your cities very quickly like this. Massive penalty here. You can only put specialty districts on rainforest, marsh, or woods. This restricts where you can put your districts quite heavily. Luckily, you can plant woods at medieval fairs. You get extra yields on all buildings based on the tile that the district is built on, which is quite nice. It's just a bunch of free stats. The main thing that defines Vietnam is the unique encampment. This is not a specialty district, does not require a district population slot. It's cheaper than an encampment. And it triggers a culture bomb, and it gives +2 culture for each adjacent district. You build this in every city, you cluster your districts really tightly, you can get a ton of tons that have like plus like 8 culture early pretty easily. And then you just shoot through the civics tree. It's a lot of tempo. There's also a lot of weird district discounting interactions because of the fact that this district can be discounted but doesn't count as a specialty district. So when you unlock it, it doesn't count as having a specialty district unlocked for the sake of the formula, which can create some confusing interactions where it allows you to discount a district while the formula thinks you only have one type of specialty district unlocked, which kind of breaks it, makes it way too generous with how easily it lets you discount districts. It's all complicated. Boy Chen just come too early to be super useful in free-for-all games. Nobody likes pushing into Vietnam. You have so many strong defensive bonuses because you have an encampment in every city, which makes you harder to push into. You get +4 combat strength fighting in rainforest, marsh, and wood styles in your territory. But honestly, not a big fan of this Civ right now, even though it gets all that free culture. I just don't find it super good. Top of C tier, I guess. I have struggled to get any really good games on it, and most top players I hear from say the same thing. It definitely is not that great of a civ. Honestly, it's just these bonuses are just kind of hard to take advantage of. This drawback is huge. The land specialty districts only being able to be built on rainforest, marsh, and woods is like really annoying to play around early. Yeah. One nice thing, it doesn't remove those features when you build the districts on top of them. That can have some ramifications. Like if you go Sacred Path as your pantheon and build holy sites, even if you build a holy site on top of a woods tile, it doesn't remove the woods tile like it normally would, so it still grants appeal to adjacent holy sites or some weird shenanigans like that. Whatever. Next up, Elizabeth. The England. I have been playing a fair amount of this recently. I've had some very good games recently. It's just a very high tempo. England. England has insanely good scaling bonuses. Buildings provide +4 of their yields when powered. So factories give +10 production. Research labs give +12 science instead of +8 as the baseline. Royal Navy Dockyard, half cost harbor, really good for tempo. Here we have, this is what makes Elizabeth, I think, one of the better Englands. You get so much free trade route capacity. You get an extra trade route capacity at shipbuilding, which is very early, exploration, and mercantilism, which are 2 civics, both in the Renaissance era. That 3 trade route capacity is actually a lot. Like, this is a lot of free stats just from the trade route capacity. And then trade routes to city-states provide +3 gold for every specialty district in the origin city. That can be a lot of gold. It's very easy to get all of your cities to like 2 specialty districts each. Put Amani in a city-state. In BBG, Amani gives +2 food and +2 production on all trade routes sent to a city-state she's assigned to. You send the trade route there. You get the extra yields from your Civ bonuses and from Amani. Very high tempo. Very good Civ. A tier. Honestly, tier above Dido. Pretty good. Quite like her. Next up, hold up, will be Catherine Magnificence. Okay. This one, they just reworked the project, and now the project kind of sucks. It gives +3% tourism in all of what it does now in BBG is +3% tourism in all of your cities for the rest of the game. Sounds really good. The only problem is the Court Festival project costs way more than a regular project and gets more expensive each time you run it. Getting that to very high numbers where you're getting like plus like 30% tourism or something for having run it like 10 times is very, very expensive. So it's just kind of hard to use it very well. They changed it because it was being used to cheese insanely fast culture victories in the old state. There was some teamers game where somebody got like a turn 50 culture victory on Catherine Magnificent spamming the old version of the project, and it was just too much. Um, Generic Civ, you might think that it plays into a culture victory in FFA, but it really doesn't have to. You can ignore the unique project, you can ignore the tourism bonuses, and just rely on the +1 culture on all improved resources. That's actually pretty good. That's actually a really good bonus. Just play for a commercial hub opener. Maybe throw down 1 or 2 theater squares in good spots where they can tag more resources to give even more culture. Because improved resources next to a theater square give +2 culture instead of +1. And just play commercial hubs, campuses, regular conventional opener, and just swim in the extra culture. And that seems to be the way that people tend to prefer playing her. I think it's a fine civ. But yeah, here we go. I'll rate it. Catherine Magnificence, B tier, fine. The extra culture is a lot. A lot of extra culture. I cannot stress this enough. You get like a bajillion extra culture for free. Why is Catherine Magnificence on here twice? I do not know. I'll just leave the second one down here. Next one is Egypt. It is specifically Ptolemaic. Where is it? Ptolemaic. There it is. Cities settled on floodplains resources receive +1 food, and then improved resources on floodplains receive +1 food and +1 culture. Honestly, it's just about the same as every other Egypt. I think that this is just fine. There aren't that many resources that you're going to have on floodplains in most games. I mean, this can be insanely good if you have like a lot of sugar or something, like a really good resource that appears in floodplains. Otherwise, it's just whatever. It is nice to get the yields in your city center. I will put this right next to the other Egypts, honestly below them. Sure. Next one, it's hold up. The next leader we'll be looking at is the other Norway, Harald Varangian. Here we go. So this has a lot of text. It's been buffed a lot. I think this leader is laughably bad in the base game, so BBG had to do a real number to get him up to a point where he's actually good. And now he is good. He's probably the better of the two Norways for free-for-all because he has something that's very rare, and that's city-state control. +1 influence point from stave churches can actually be really, really good. And plus 25% production towards holy site buildings compared to the other Norway. That's very good because you already have plus 50% production towards holy sites. All the stuff I said about the other Norway applies here. You put your holy sites next to coasts and lake tiles for the adjacency on the holy sites. Put your harbors next to your holy sites. Harbors to see +2 adjacency for every holy site next to them. You go free inquiry. Your harbors have massive adjacency, so they give a ton of science from free inquiry. And then your shipyards give production equal to the harbor adjacency because your harbors have very high adjacencies. Shipyards give a lot of production. Rush stave churches in every city. Very good. One of the nice things, 1 influence point per turn might not sound like a lot from stave churches, but it adds up. It does get you a lot of extra envoys over the course of the game. +1 combat strength on naval units when attacking per city-state you are suzerain of. Problem is, naval combat is kind of a meme in FFA. Discount on levying units. This is kind of like a weaker version of Hungary. It is not as impressive as Hungary's because Hungary gets +3 combat strength on levied units and gets the 75% discount on gold upgrading the units, which is often more expensive than levying them. And Hungary also has even better envoy bonuses than this. But it's still a pretty good civ. It's honestly the better of the two Norways. A lot of its strength comes from the Norway bonuses. It's just, plus 50% production towards holy sites, all these extra adjacency bonuses, and stave churches being really good. I'm gonna put this low A. The other Norway was like B. This is a low A. Maybe like high B. Maybe top of B. Sure. In Unifier. Let me see here. The Civ is not built for FFA. It gets a ton of bonuses for opening with encampments. They're not enough that an encampment opener is actually worth doing. The best way to play the Civ in FFA is to ignore all of these bonuses and just open commercial hubs and pretend it's a 0 bonus Civ until you start building encampments on like turn 50 or something. Like well into the like middle game. It's bad. This is not a Civ you should pick in FFA. Part of the reason that it's like this is because in Teamers, the ability to open full encampments and then a war a neighbor, while feeding books to a backliner is very, very good. Because you get a lot of free books while going in encampment opener, just not enough to justify it in a free-for-all game. But what you could do in like a Teamers game, you pick Kin Unifier, you open full encampments, you spam units at a neighbor. In the meantime, you get a ton of free books just by having encampments. And then you trade all these books to a Civ on the backline that gets extra yields from books. So like an example might be Eleanor. You have an Eleanor on your team. In BBG, Eleanor gets a bajillion free yields from books. right? Or maybe you have a was it a Sweden who can automatically theme the books. They build great library and then they put 2 books in it. Those books are automatically themed. They give double the normal amount of culture and tourism, right? That's how you play Kin Unifier. But in free for all, you have no teammate. Encampment opener sucks unless you're going to war early, and early war sucks in FFA. So like F tier, it's almost a no bonus civ. Next up is Saladin Sultan. Very, very, very good war bonus, plus 100% flanking and support bonuses to all combat and religious units. The religious units doesn't matter if people see that you're trying to convert them and they don't want you to. They're just going to declare war on you and condemn the religious units. They're not going to fight you with their own units. Less unit upkeep. That's pretty good. The problem is Arabia's bonuses kind of suck. You might have noticed the other Arabia has one of the most insane leader bonuses in the game, and it's to compensate for the fact that these bonuses suck. This one is just stuck with these bonuses. The problem is that a campus and holy site opener gives you like 0 gold and 0 production, and you end up falling behind. So you can't really go for a full holy site campus opener. The best way to play the civ is very nearly just going like commercial hubs into discount 1 holy site and then found a religion a bit later. It's so bad, honestly. The war bonuses are really, really good though. Double flanking and support bonuses. It's very easy to get this to like +4 combat strength in pretty much all scenarios with double flanking and support bonuses. Out of respect for this, like top of D tier. Not as good as some of the war bonuses on something like Scythia or like Zulu, to be honest. But hey, you know, it's something. It's pretty good war bonus. Only problem is the best way to play it is kind of to pretend these bonuses don't exist and almost just go for a straight commercial hub opener. Which sucks because you can't really keep up with other civs with literally no simming bonuses very well. Next up is Ottomans. Suleiman Mutesham. I don't know how it's pronounced. All the same things that made Kanuni strong for the most part. Grand Bazaar is the best unique building in the game. Extra amenities to every city that has one for each luxury resource in that city. What is it? Extra trade route capacity. That's the obvious big thing. Like, Jesus Christ. Having a bank that gives a trade route capacity is insane. You scale insanely well because of that. You hit democracy, and then suddenly you're getting +4 food, +4 production on every trade route from the democracy bonus. Your cities grow to like insanely high populations. They become insanely productive. You have way more gold than everybody else. Pretty good. And then up here, the Civ, plus 10% science and culture when in gold and heroic age. Very good bonus, actually. Like, that is a pretty good, solid leader bonus. A lot of people prefer Kanuni, and honestly, I think they're pretty much equal. Some people say the Kanuni's unique governor is really, really good. I think he's not that much better than simply having this bonus. I think I would rather have this bonus than have access to the unique governor from Kanuni. The lack of Janissaries does kind of suck. You don't get the Janissaries on this leader like you do on Kanuni. Janissaries are a very good unit. It's a bit of a bummer. But yeah, you scale insanely well. People want to be your friend because you have extra trade route capacity. I would still say this is a pretty solid A tier civ, to be honest. I really like it. No tempo early at all, by the way. This is literally a 0 bonus civ until banking. The fact that it's even still in the running for A tier with no bonuses at all, pretty much until banking almost, is like insane. It's just, this building is so good. You end up shooting so far ahead of everybody else. If you're having a good game once you get to this. Yeah, you often have the most gold, most production, and really good science and culture come like turn 80. Because Grand Bazaar is just so good. Next up is Teddy Rough Rider, the War Teddy. Reworked in BBG, It's now just units receive +1 combat strength for player era reached by technologies or civics from classical era up to modern era, capped at +5. So classical era, you get +1, medieval +2, Renaissance +3, so on and so forth, and then +5 at the modern era. Envoys sent to city states, you have a trade route to count as 2 envoys. Problem with this bonus is you don't really want to send trade routes to any city states aside from the one that you have Amani in. Because in BBG, Amani gives extra yield to trade routes sent to city states. And it kind of sucks to commit your trade routes to a city state just for free envoys. So it's hard to get good bonus out of this. The Rough Rider is a pretty solid unit, but not crazy. +5 combat strength over regular cuirassiers, and it's a bit cheaper. The timing of this can be pretty good because a lot of players greed by going directly for industrialization. If you go straight for ballistics, you get Rough Riders. You hit them when they don't even have a Renaissance era unit unlocked oftentimes. And then it's just GG because you have +4 combat strength from being in the industrial era, and then you have +5 combat strength from fighting on hills with this compared to a regular cuirassier. It's actually a very strong war timing. Problem is, like basically no simming bonuses. This is city state control is probably the worst city state control bonus in the game because committing a trade route to a city state is very, very painful to do. Unless you're trading to exactly one city state, which is the one you have Amani in. So you're generally not spreading out your trade routes to get a ton of envoys in a ton of city states. It's just not great. Overall, I think this is D tier Civ. Pretty good war bonus, honestly. Very generic, easy to use war bonus, but literally no simming bonus, like at all almost. And yeah, like you can't even keep up. And then when you get to the late game, you have a war bonus that is no better than civs that have incredible sim bonuses. Gorgo, Aztec, Chandragupta. These are leaders that have war bonuses that are just as good or better than Teddy Rough Riders. But on top of that, they have really good simming bonuses. So they end up like higher science, higher culture, higher production than Teddy has. Better units. Why would you pick Teddy instead of them? Next up, we have Victoria Age of Steam. One of the best Englands, maybe the best England. I have not actually played much of this, to be honest. It just never seems to show up in my drafts. I don't know if I've ever played Age of Steam, actually. But, nerfed a lot compared to the base game. It's, like, comically overpowered without BBG. But yeah, on this, it's plus 10% production in cities for each factory and power plant in that city, so plus 20% in cities that have a power plant. Industrial zones receive standard adjacency from Royal Navy dockyards, so an industrial zone gets +1 production for being adjacent to a Royal Navy dockyard. Bonus production towards industrial zone buildings. Lighthouses grant a great engineer point. That's actually kind of relevant. This leader tends to get the first great engineer of the game pretty easily. Not as easily as Gaul. Gaul will always beat you to them, but pretty much every other civ is going to struggle to get a great engineer faster than Victoria Age of Steam. You have all the bonuses that are really good on England. Buildings that provide additional yields and power provide +4 of that yield, right? That means more production on factories, more science on research labs. You have the half-cost harbor, really, really good for tempo. The fact that this harbor is just so much cheaper than a regular one. Yeah, and then 20% production in every city with a power plant. It's like so good later on in the game. It's like really, really hard to outproduce Age of Steam. It's one of those leaders that's just known for setting like insanely high production. Like it can compete with Germany in production. I'll put it up here next to Germany. Maybe a bit lower than Frederick, honestly, for other reasons, but yeah, very, very good. Very good leader. Doesn't have the problem is that it takes a while to kick in, right? So all you have for most of the game is just this, the cheaper harbor. That's all you have to get you through to like industrialization, which was like turn 65 or something. Maybe like some great engineer points that helps, I guess. But then once you get to industrialization and you get this 20% production in every city with a power plant, and you get these extra yields in buildings that provide power, like factories and research labs, then you start like really coming online. Like you are gigantic. If these bonuses just kicked in a little earlier, this would be an S tier civ. Okay. There's a second Catherine Magnificence. We've already rated her. Next, second, I think we've already rated this one too. Ptolemaic. Oh, are all of these duplicates? No, there's an Eleanor France, and there's 2 leaders here that we haven't rated. 2 left. Oh my god. Okay. Eleanor France. So very different from English Eleanor. BBG eventually realized that French Eleanor is just worse than English Eleanor. You'd think it'd be better because Eleanor has bonuses towards culture victory, France has bonuses towards culture victory, but no, England bonuses are just so much better than French bonuses that English Eleanor is just considered the better leader for a long time. So they eventually just gave a straight up buff. It says French Eleanor only. And it says this on both Eleanors because it's jank like that. Plus 20% production towards ancient and classical wonders. Now, what this does is this enables you to go for kind of the same wonder spam religion that Qin Mandate-of-Heaven goes for, where you go like Stonehenge in one of your cities, found the religion for plus 6 faith on every world wonder, plus 2 faith, science, culture, and gold in every city with at least 1 world wonder. Those are the 2 religious beliefs. And you go like Stonehenge, plus like maybe Hanging Gardens, plus I don't know, what is it? The Oracle. You pretty much always want the Oracle because it gives you a ton of free great writer points. You go the Oracle plus Bengala, put a theater square in that city, build an amphitheater, take Bengala's promotion for 100% great person points in the city. Suddenly that city is giving you 8 great writer points per turn. Very important because you want all the great writers because you get a ton of extra yields on these. Like if a city, let me explain how this works. You have a city that has a campus, a theater square, and a commercial hub. Then every great writing will give plus 1 science, culture, and gold. Every great artwork will give plus 2 science, culture, and gold. One thing to note is that artists give 3 great works, whereas writers only give 2. And artists, each great work of art gives twice as much yield as a great work of writing. So an artist is giving 3 times as many yields from your leader bonuses as a writer is. Getting the first great artist is kind of huge. Same for musicians, right? Because you're getting 4 of each yield for music. You try to get your cities to very high populations so that you can get the extra science, culture, and production for having a campus, theater square, and industrial zone in those cities. Those are the highest value yields. The only problem is that you need commercial hubs, harbors, and holy sites early. These are like the economic districts that are required to jumpstart your game. So you usually need to get your cities to like 10 populations so they can get the campus, theater square, and industrial zone on top of their 1 economic district, whatever it is. Yeah, quite a good leader. The extra production towards ancient and classical era wonders really helped it out. Also, because you're France, you get the plus 20% production towards medieval, Renaissance, and industrial era wonders as well. You tend to be spamming wonders pretty much the whole game. The wonder spam religion with Stonehenge is perfect for this. Honestly though, like low B tier. I think it's fine. I think it's probably worse than like Sweden, honestly, but it's still good, still playable. Next up, last leader but not least is going to be Kublai Mongolia. Okay, here we go. BBG recently buffed Kublai Khan. The reason they did this is because they are differentiating all the Chinese leaders. They thought China was too similar, all of them. They all relied on this plus Eureka's and Inspirations giving 50% instead of 40%. It was too good. So they nerfed that, and then they buffed every leader to compensate, to try to differentiate them. That's why all the leaders are so weird now, like Wu Zetian getting the combat strength and whatnot. A side effect of this is that Kublai Khan Mongolia got a buff that it like wasn't necessarily in need of. So now Kublai Khan gets these free random inspirations and eurekas for establishing trading posts, and they get extra science and culture on international trade routes for the distance traveled. So if you are trading to a city 20 tiles away, you get +1 science, or you get +2 science, +2 culture. One thing to note about this bonus is that it has inherent synergy with Mongolia's bonus. Whenever you send a trading route to a city, you immediately create a trading post in the destination city. Trading posts are important because they reset the distance that a trade route can travel. So the more trading posts you have along a route, the further a trader can travel. So this allows you to reach distant cities very quickly. It is possible on Mongolia to very quickly start trading to an ally and then reach the cities in the back of their empire and get like +3 science and +3 culture on all of your international trade routes. Which ends up being a lot. That's just a lot of free stats. You also get the economic policy card slot. It's a good simming bonus. Free eurekas and inspirations. All this is just like really strong bonuses. And then Mongolia, you still have some decent war bonuses. +1 movement on all cavalry units trained in the city that has an Ordu. An important thing to note about the Ordu is that it's very cheap. It costs less to produce than either a barracks or a stable. The cheapness of the Ordu is one of its benefits. And the combat strength bonus from diplomatic visibility. The way that you do this is generally you rely on getting the modern era great merchant, Mary Catherine Goddard. In BBG, she gives +1 level, or I think this is in BBG and the base game, +1 level of diplomatic visibility with every civilization in the game. And there's no way to overcome that once somebody gets that great merchant. It's the only source of Diplo-Viz from that. So you put a level 2 spy on somebody, you get Mary Catherine Goddard, and then they put a level 2 spy on you, and you still have 1 level of Diplo-Viz above them. And then you have +6 combat strength, because it's normally +3 for each level of Diplo-Viz advantage. Mongolia gets double that, so you get +6, and there's just no way to remove the +6 combat strength once you have that great merchant. Very, very strong war bonus for closing out the game, if you can get her, but that is a big if. People will compete with you for that great merchant, because everybody wants it. Decent sim bonuses. Better of the two Mongolias for free-for-all for sure, because you can actually keep up with other civs. I'll put it like top of like A tier, or top of B tier, sorry. Pretty solid. It was a lot better. It was a lot better in a previous version in the BBG beta, where it's 15 tiles instead of 20. You could pretty reliably get to like +4 science, +4 culture trade routes, and that was kind of nuts. Back when it only required 15 tiles traveled for these extra yields. Overall, pretty solid leader. Yeah, and that wraps up the tier list. All of these down here are just duplicates. I already rated these. This pretty solid FFA tier list, I think, for the current version of BBG. Hottest takes on the list, to recap. I put Pericles in S. Most people will not put Pericles in S. I feel like this is the one thing people will complain about the most with top players. But I don't know what to say. I'm like undefeated on Pericles. He always feels insanely good. Some of the best simming bonuses in the game, IMO. Underrated. Yeah, if you want to actually see any of these civs in action, by the way, be sure to check out my channel. I have a ton of videos of me playing a ton of these civs in multiplayer Civ 6. I have some shorter civ spotlights, which covers the build orders in more detail. I have some on a lot of these top tier civs. I have one on Tokugawa. I have one on Mbande and Brazil. The Mbande one's the first civ spotlight I ever did. The audio quality isn't very good. And it's just probably not as high value, like production value as my later ones, but the Brazil and Tokugawa ones hold up very well. Yeah, so be sure to check out the rest of my channel, and follow me on Twitch, or twitch.tv/Harrison100 if you want to watch full games of multiplayer Civ 6 live. I will be playing in a tournament, the finals of the Rooster Cup, which is an anonymous 10-player Ironman FFA, in 3 days after the making of this video. I guess 2 days after it's posted, on the 28th of September. So be sure to tune in. Thanks for watching. See ya.